네, 장내 계신 여러분들께 안내 말씀을 드리겠습니다.
May I have your attention, please? 2025 Gyeonggi Women's International Forum will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The forum has to start at 2 p.m., so please, I kindly ask all guests to take your seat.
네, 여러분 모두 자리를 찾아서 착석을 해주십시오.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Shortly, we will begin 2025 Gyeonggi Women's International Forum. For the smooth progress of today's event, please switch your mobile phone to silent mode.
네, 여러분 모두 자리해 주십시오.
May I have your attention, please? As soon as all the guests take your seat, we will begin the Gyeonggi Women's International Forum.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated as we'll now begin the forum for today, and also will provide you the simultaneous interpretation service throughout the forum. Please tune in to channel 2 for English. Our forum will be conducted in Korean. Thank you very much. 네, 자 이제 여러분께 약속드린 시간이 되었습니다.
So it's now 2 p.m. We will now begin the opening performance. Please direct your attention to the stage.
여러분 지금 무대에서는 오늘 포럼의 주제를
Now the artist is doing opening performance. The artist now painting a ribbon. This ribbon visually represents the theme of connection, symbolizing how women, the world, peace, and the economy flows together as one. It well indicates the flow of and connection of women, world, peace, and economy. Its soft and fluid curves express continuity and expansion.
네, 이제 작가님의 붓끝이 이 선 리본에서 글씨로
The artist is now adding calligraphy, extending the meaning of today's event beyond the ribbon. Gyeonggi women bridging the world. The artist's calligraphy links women, the world, and the vision of peace-centered economy into one message.
네, 여러분 경기 여성 세계를 잇다.
Gyeonggi women bridging the world. The artist's calligraphy links women, the world, and the vision of peace-centered economy. What a wonderful calligraphy performance. Please give her a big hand. Thank you very much. The theme was written with a wonderful calligraphy performance. This calligraphy artwork will be moved to the lobby display wall. I hope that during the break you can watch this beautiful calligraphy artwork. Well, these artists' work well indicates the linkage between women, the world, and also peace, and all starts from the power of women. I hope that today, through today's discussion, we can learn a lot of insight, and also that will serve as a starting point for new direction. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to welcome everyone to 2025 Gyeonggi Women's International Forum. Pleasure to have you with us today. It's an honor to serve as your host today. My name is Kim Gyeongmi. Thank you very much. Today, we have public officials from Gyeonggi Province and also members from Gyeonggi Provincial Assemblies and leaders of related institutions and organizations. And also we have residents of Gyeonggi Province. Today we have a lot of participants that made this event more meaningful. Thank you very much. Now, I declare the opening of 2025 Gyeonggi Women's International Forum, hosted by Gyeonggi Province and organized by Gyeonggi Women and Family Foundation. This forum is a platform for discussing policy directions that reflect both women's perspectives and the unique characteristics of the region. From the perspective of women, we would like to set the direction and we will share insight today. I hope that we can share our wisdom and this can serve as a very meaningful occasion. Let me talk about today's program. Today's forum consists of opening ceremony, keynote speeches, and 2 thematic sessions. Each session will include Q&A session with participation available both on-site and online. For more detailed scheduling, please refer to the program guide at the front of your booklet. Now, I'd like to introduce our distinguished guests who have joined us today. We have a lot of guests today. I ask for your understanding because we cannot call all the names individually due to time constraints. First, Kim Sung-jung, Deputy Governor for Administrative Affairs of Gyeonggi Province. Please welcome him with a big hand. Thank you. Lee Jung-young, Vice Chair of Gyeonggi Provincial Council, is with us today. Ms. Jeon Hyun-bae, former Minister of Gender Equality and Family, is here with us today. We also have our distinguished keynote speakers and international guests. Professor Langita de Silva de Alves, member of UN Committee on Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. Professor Monica McWilliams, peace activist and emeritus professor at Ulster University. And Director Moon Ah-young of Peace Momo. Welcome. Thank you very much. Professor Hozie Akhiabasi from Graduate School of Global Studies at Toshisha University. And Ms. Chang Dieng, Executive Director of Gender and Development Cambodia, is here with us today. Ms. Anna Rezava, Senior Policy Officer at Georgetown Institute for Women, Peace, Security. We also have representatives from various foreign embassies in Korea. Let me introduce them. Her Excellency Michelle Winthrop, Ambassador of Ireland to the Republic of Korea. Her Excellency Bernadette Teresa Fernandez, Ambassador of the Philippines to Korea. Representatives from embassies of Nigeria, Germany, Slovenia, Sierra Leone, Israel, Zambia, and Tanzania have also joined us today. We sincerely appreciate your presence. Next, I would like to introduce the experts who will serve as session chairs. Mr. An Tae-yoon, Senior Advisor at Sustainability Management Foundation. Ms. Kim Jung-soo, Board Member of Women Making Peace, is here with us today. And we extend our gratitude to all speakers and panelists participating in the session. We have also members from Gyeonggi Provincial Council. First, members of Women Family Lifelong Education Committee, Council Member Kim Jae-hoon is here with us. Thank you. Mr. Yoo Ho-jun is here with us.
많은 분들께 박수를 받고 계십니다. 건설교통위원회 박옥분 위원님께도
Ms. Babukun of Construction Transportation Committee is with us today. And also we are joined by Ms. Jung Woo-young, spouse of Gyeonggi Governor Kim Dong-yeon, who has shown great interest in today's forum. And representatives from leading women's organizations in Gyeonggi Province are also with us. Ms. Lee Keum-ja, President of Gyeonggi Women's Association Council. Ms. Kim Eun-jin, Director of Gyeonggi Women's Alliance, is here with us. Ms. Park Hae-suk, Chair of YWCA Gyeonggi Region Council, is also here. Many other women's organizations and civil society groups working for gender equality in Gyeonggi and beyond have joined us today. Next, our host and organizing institutions, Ms. Yoon Young-mi, Director General of Gyeonggi Province Department of Women and Family, is here with us today. Thank you. Ms. Kim Eun-ju, Chairperson of Gyeonggi Women and Family Foundation, is here with us. Ms. Kim Hae-sun, CEO of Gyeonggi Women Family Foundation. Thank you. Ms. Kim Hyun-sang from Future Foundation. As you can see, we have a lot of distinguished guests. This forum is filled with a lot of participants. Due to time constraints, I cannot introduce each one of you. We have also leaders from Gyeonggi Province and central government and institutions across the country. Ms. Park Ji-young, Ms. Park Eun-sun, and Ms. Kim Sam-hwa, and Ms. Ha Keum-soo, and Mr. Baek Gi-cheol, Ms. Yu Sun, Ms. Kim Jung-min, Ms. Sung Hye-ran, Professor Lee Soo-jung is here with us. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for taking time out of your busy schedule. I ask for your kind understanding that we cannot introduce every one of you due to time limitation. Now we would like to show you a video clip that indicates today's forum's theme. Please give a big round of applause.
The theme of today's forum was shared. As you just saw in the video, what we're going to discuss today is women's perspectives and gender equality and women's rights and peace, as well as the peace economy shaped by women. Today's forum aims to connect these regional priorities with the global discussions and present policy directions for Gyeonggi Province. I look forward to your active participation and attention. Next, we will have welcome remarks from Gyeonggido Province, the host of Gyeonggido Province. So the Vice Mayor Kim Sung-jung of Gyeonggido Province will deliver welcoming remarks. Please give him a big round of applause. Good afternoon. I am Kim Sung-jung, the first Administrative Vice Governor of Gyeonggido Province. I would like to welcome all the participants to this 2025 Gyeonggi Women's International Forum. First of all, I would like to especially thank the Professor Langita de Silva de Alves and the peace activist Monica McWilliams, and also the Executive Director Moon Ah-young for being a keynote speaker. And I would also like to thank other panelists and the moderator who will share with us insight throughout this afternoon. And the Vice Chair, the Jung Yong-gyun and Yoo Ho-jun, Kim Jae-eun, and Park Ong-bun, the representative of the Gyeonggi Provincial Council. Thank you very much for being here with us. The governor was supposed to be here, but due to an urgent matter, he was not able to join us this afternoon, so he asked me to deliver his greetings. So that's why the Jung Ho-young, the wife of the governor, is here with us this afternoon. And to celebrate this meaningful occasion, we have the Chun Hyun-baek, the Minister of Gender Equality and Family, and Lee Keum-ja, and the YWCA, the representative, and Kim Eun-jing, and the Professor Lee Soo-jung. Thank you very much for your presence. And we also have the ambassador, the Philippine ambassador, and the Irish ambassador. Thank you very much for coming all the way to the city of Suwon for this forum. In 2025, we have this important milestone for women. This year is the 30 years anniversary of the UN's recognition of the women's human rights, and the UN, the Security Council Resolution, the 1325, marks 25th anniversary this year. So it's very befitting that we're having this international forum today. So we were able to explore how we can better protect the women's human rights and peace going forward. Gyeonggido Province will continue to also explore this important agenda of women, peace, and security going forward. As you know, Gyeonggido Province has a population of 14.2 million, and we have a border connecting North Korea with South Korea. So that's why I think Gyeonggido Province is in a very important location connecting the human rights issues. So today we will explore how we can better protect the women's human rights and empower women in the future. The policy proposals and the recommendations made today, I hope, can be made into the concrete policies and action plans going forward. Gyeonggi women bridging the world, just like the slogan indicates, I hope that what we have discussed can become a reality going forward. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the Vice Governor. for sharing your insight. The Gyeonggido Province's vision and the direction that this forum is indicating was well highlighted in the welcoming remarks. Thank you very much.
Next, we will hear congratulatory remarks from Vice Chair Chung Yoon-kyung of Gyeonggi Provincial Council. Please welcome her with a big hand. Distinguished guests from home and abroad, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Chung Yoon-kyung, Vice Chair of Gyeonggi Provincial Council, representing the citizens of Gunpo. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's a great honor to be here with you at this meaningful forum, which is being held under the theme of Gyeonggi Women Bridging the World. The fact that the experts on women's rights from Korea and abroad, ambassadors from many countries, women organizations, and Gyeonggi residents are all gathered here today, well, fills this room with a powerful sense of peace. In particular, Langido Silva, still always UNCEDO member, and also Monica McWilliams, peace activist and emeritus professor of Ulster University, and Muna Young, executive director of Peace Momo. Thank you very much for being here today, and also all the panelists and moderators. Thank you for being here today. We speak different languages and we come from different cultures, but in the face of one truth, we raise the same voice. The truth is this: women's human rights are protected, then our society finally becomes safer and more peaceful. A society free from violence doesn't come to us on its own. Equality is not a privilege reserved only for those who are already prepared. It becomes a reality only when we join forces. Everyone gathered here today is already carving out the path at the very center of change. To the activists who have worked tirelessly out of sight to protect women's safety, to experts who have devoted themselves to women's empowerment and independence, and to the representatives of many nations who translate peace into the language of diplomacy, you are the living proof of hope. Gyeonggi Provincial Council now seeks to take a step further by presenting a new vision, Gyeonggi style, peace economy model. Peace is not a static condition, it's a dynamic movement that allows us to sustain one another. When women's voices, the value of human rights, the power of solidarity are woven into one movement, peace becomes an economic force. That economy creates new opportunities for many people. In that process, we are here today. In that process, women are not passive beneficiaries. They are agents of change and leaders in their own right. As a woman, as a public official standing here, I know very well this path is not an easy one. At times we waver. At times we feel alone. But yet we know something important. My hope is that today's gathering will give each of us renewed courage and warm sense of conviction about our shared future. As Vice Chair of Gyeonggi Provincial Council, I pledge to work even more closely with you to protect women's human rights, advance gender equality, and build a sustainable peace-based economic model. Each and every one of you here today is a protagonist in changing our world. Single step you take can become a beam of light that allows someone else to begin life anew. Your presence gives us strength because we are together. Change is really possible. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vice Chair, for your kind remarks. You illustrated the insight and the theme of today's forum. Women-centered transformation will make a huge impact. That was delivered by your message. Thank you very much. Next, we have video message from Minister Won Min-kyung of Ministry of Gender Equality and Family. Although she is not here today, she sent us this video message. Distinguished guests joining us for 2025 Gyeonggi Women's International Forum. I am Won Min-kyung, Minister of Gender Equality and Family. I would like to extend my gratitude to Gyeonggi Province and Gyeonggi Women and Family Foundation for organizing this forum. For many years, Gyeonggi Province has served both as a front line for peace on Korean Peninsula and as a driving force for Korea's future growth. Gyeonggi-style peace economy model go beyond economic cooperation. It aims to create sustainable socio-economic system built on women's participation and leadership, reflecting global trends that recognize gender equality as a driver of regional competitiveness and foundation for peace. Ministry of Gender Equality and Family is committed to making gender equality a core national priority, embedding its value across all areas of governance. Going forward, we will work closely with local communities to strengthen gender policy capacity, reinforce protection system for women's safety and rights, and build gender-sensitive governance that address structural disparities in care, work, and economic participation. The diverse experiences and policy insights shared at this forum will become invaluable assets for advancing gender governance in Korea. Once again, I congratulate you on the opening of the forum. I wish all of you good health and lasting peace. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. We sincerely appreciate your warm message of support.
So, we now will have a commemorative photo. The stars of this photo are all of you here with us today. So the photo will be taken from the stage facing the audience, and all of you will be captured in the photo. We would like to capture this vibe in the photo. Right. You have a program booklet, and on the back, you can see the slogan of today's forum. And that distinguished guest seated in the front, you have a flag card. Please raise the flag card placed on your table toward the stage, and please keep the smile, and please look at the front, and hold the slogan at the height of your chest with a big smile. Yes, I can see that you're enjoying this moment. The purple slogans are really beautiful. That is being captured as it looks like waves. So we will also take a video as well. Let's boost the spirit a little bit. How about we shout out the slogan together? So it's a bit long. You will remember the slogan for today's forum, Gyeonggi Women, Bridging the World, and the Women, Human Rights and Peace Economy. So when I say Gyeonggi Women Bridging the World, then you say Women, Human Rights and Peace Economy. So you can cheat by looking at the booklet that you have. Okay, let me start. Gyeonggi Women Bridging the World. Women, Human Rights, Peace Economy. Great. Now, how about we make a wave? You can make a wave like a movement from the left to the right side. Yes, I can see the waves like a movement captured in the video. Okay, let's try one more time. I will shout out the slogan, Gyeonggi Women Bridging the World. Women, Human Rights, Peace Economy. Wow, perfect. Photographer,
좋습니다.
did you capture that moment?
이렇게 기념
Yes.
촬영 마무리하도록
Now the
하겠습니다.
group photo
감사합니다.
session is complete. Thank you.
갑자기 하나로 단합된 우리 모습이
Yes,
너무
I can see that
아름다웠습니다.
we were all
이번에
united in this
여러분의
photo op.
의지,
I can see the
그리고
energy that you're bringing
그대로
to this
우리
afternoon's
멋진
session.
장면이었습니다.
That was a
여러분,
great
이번 촬영은
moment.
마무리하게
So that's it
되네요.
for the photo
기존
op.
강연이
And now we will
이어지겠습니다.
begin the keynote
촬영 순서까지
speeches.
아주 멋있게 결식 순서를
So that was a great
가장
opening
오늘
ceremony.
우리 아주 멋진 순간이었습니다.
And that really captured the true value of today's forum. So that's it for the opening ceremony, and we will now begin the keynote speeches. So we have three distinguished keynote speakers, leading voices from Korea and abroad. And let me introduce the first keynote speaker. And the presentation will be made in English, so if you need interpretation, you need to set the channel of a receiver to 1 for Korean. So I would like to invite the Professor Langjita D. Silva de Alves, the member of the UN, the CEDAW. Professor Langjita is a globally renowned expert in women's human rights and a leading authority on the women, peace, and the security agenda. The first keynote presentation is going to be on the new directions in women, peace, and security. Please join me in welcoming Professor Langjita with a warm round of applause.
Your Excellencies, distinguished leaders, the Gyeonggi Women's International Forum has convened this forum during historic times, marking the 25th anniversary of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Platform of Action, and the 45th anniversary of the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. You have also come together at a moment when the United Nations will be adopting the addendum to the landmark GR30 on women in conflict prevention, conflict, and post-conflict situations. And I have had the honor of drafting this framework, which was launched in September for public comment and will be adopted in February of 2026. This has been called a remarkable landmark to the Women, Peace and Security Framework, and I look forward to your comments and the ways in which this distinguished forum can help shape this important new framework. Today we are commemorating the Security Council Resolution 1325, which recognized the leadership of women in conflict resolution and peace building. It recognized that women are not victims of war, but agents of peace, and that women's roles in the prevention of war is as important as the protection of women in war. At this historic moment, and in response to the rapidly changing face of conflict, this addendum covers a tapestry weaving together international law frameworks to confront the continuing impunity for gender-related crimes before, during, and after conflict. The UN Charter was established on the principle of saving succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Today, we are in the grips of some of the deadliest conflicts and crises. I want to start with the political economy of conflict. While global military spending rose significantly in 2024 to an all-time high of $2.7 trillion spending, what we see is that there has been a reduction in global health care. It is being said that every gun that is made is a theft from those who hunger and are not fed. The addendum is built on a unique cross-cutting approach, weaving together an examination of different UN Security Council resolutions and international law. I want to leave you with a few paradigmatic examples. Along with the rapid growth of the military-industry complex, the illicit trade of small arms and light weapons threatens global peace and disproportionately affects women and girls. The UN Arms Trade Treaty, Article 7.4, obliges exporting states parties to consider the risk of arms being used to commit or facilitate serious acts of gender-based violence. In fact, conflict minerals have deeply gendered impacts, such as sexual violence, giving rise to extraterritorial obligations, and the accountability of transnational corporations. Your Excellencies, the shadow of impunity continues to loom large. Sexual violence is still the oldest and the least condemned crimes and remains history's greatest silencers. While war is still waged on women's bodies, as Raphael Lemkin once told Winston Churchill, war is not carried out by arms alone. The face of food insecurity is that of a woman. The intentional use of food insecurity as a tool of warfare, including the deliberate denial of objects indispensable to survival, such as reproductive and menstrual products, and the willful denial of access to humanitarian aid violates both international humanitarian law and the Women, Peace and Security agenda. The deliberate targeting of civilians, crops and water sources push fragile communities towards famine. Your Excellencies, the emergence of new challenges, including maritime security, the space race, the militarization of space, the growing space economy, the denial of cultural diversity, weaponizing of technology, cyber attacks, cyber warfare, algorithmic bias, all call for new responses rooted in the Women, Peace and Security agenda. The new addendum also calls for the accountability of both state and non-state actors, including businesses, including tech industries, and underscores the due diligence of technology corporations in addressing conflict minerals such as 3 T's and G, tin, tungsten, titanium, and gold, which the tech industry and the extractive industries mine, and they can be drivers of conflict and sexual violence in conflict, such as in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Sounding the alarm on nuclear armament, the UN Secretary General has warned that humanity is on a knife's edge. The Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons was the first gender-sensitive international nuclear agreement, recognizing the gendered effects of radiation and the physical and psychological toll of nuclear production and testing on women and girls. As nations once again threaten nuclear testing, the Women, Peace and Security agenda must address the effects of nuclear testing on women and girls and the transgenerational harms that it can cause. The weaponizing of technology is important because of the ways in which South Korea, and especially the Gyeonggi Province, leads in technology and the technological economy. This is a hallmark of the Secretary General's new agenda for peace. Cyberspace has become a new battleground as AI advances at warp speed. The growing gender-digital divide is excluding women from decision-making and in peace building, while the integration of new technologies in wartime also risks potentially magnifying and amplifying the gendered biases embedded in the data. Disinformation, fake news, and deep fakes are deplatforming women in political and public leadership. And women human rights defenders have been, to a large part, chilled and excluded because of the ways in which disinformation and fake news have created a chilling effect on women's participation in peace building. While the recent UN Cybercrime Convention includes sexualized crimes such as cyber trafficking, the Secretary General has called for a legally binding instrument by 2026 to regulate AI-driven lethal autonomous weapons that function without human control. And he has called that this is repugnant to international humanitarian law, as well as human rights. Artificial intelligence is fundamentally transforming many aspects of our societies and will change the threats we face and the ways we respond to them. States have committed to maintaining global peace and security, but they will need to embrace the opportunities that AI affords to maintain stability within a competitive, volatile, and challenging international environment. For this conversation, I will focus on gender-biased data sets, which are used to train autonomous weapons and killer robots that can operate without meaningful human control, that is, without a human remotely powering them. Unlike armed drones, killer robots can select and fire upon targets on their own using pre-programmed algorithms and data analysis, increasing the likelihood of mistakes in warfare. We have with us the ambassador of Ireland, and I want to thank her and the Irish government for the stand that Ireland has taken on the need to regulate lethal autonomous weapons systems in line with international humanitarian law. The Irish government, in its statement to the Secretary General, underscored the need to address gendered biases in algorithms and in the training data that is used to train lethal autonomous weapons that are driven by artificial intelligence. And Ireland made it very clear that these gendered biases can create mistakes in war that will misidentify women, especially women of color, in times of conflict. Your Excellencies, these new challenges include the exclusion of women and girls from education, and the erasure of women and girls from economic and political participation push us to shift the women, peace and security agenda and its primary focus on women's bodies towards a more holistic understanding of continuing forms of violence against women, including a new category of violence that I have defined as intellectual violence. Conflict-related intellectual violence has been used to exclude women from access to education. Conflict-related intellectual violence is used where attacks on girls' education, girls' schools, whether it is women's journeys and travel to schools, and the ways in which the militarization of educational institutions have created conflict-related intellectual violence. I often ask the question, what is it about a girl with a book that so frightens a man with a gun? It is because education provides women with that dignity, the autonomy, and the authority to make changes. Therefore, the ways in which misogyny and conflict has weaponized education has created a war on girls' education. That is why today I call upon the international community to adopt this addendum and to acknowledge intellectual violence as a new category of conflict-related gender-based violence. And on those same lines, on new international norm creation, the addendum addresses the role of women at the nexus of conflict and climate change. The Framework Convention on Climate Change affirms the leadership of women in climate control, adaptation, and mitigation. The recent International Court of Justice advisory opinion cited the CEDAW's GR 37 in addressing the human right to a clean environment and the doctrine of shared responsibility. Right now, the Asian region is being attacked by a cyclone. And I call upon all states to share responsibility in addressing the ravages of conflict change. And in the wake of climate disasters, there's always risks of gender-based violence, including child marriage. These are gendered effects of climate change. The ICJ acknowledged the urgent and existential threat posed by climate change, drawing on the Paris Agreement's best available science. Climate change is not a hoax. The link between climate change and feminization of poverty and hunger is also recognized in the new Women, Peace and Security Addendum. Poverty has historically been measured in monetary terms, such as wage disparity. However, access to resources, opportunities, and a role in decision-making is also part of the poverty calculus. So therefore, poverty should not be measured only by economic resources, but the poverty of opportunity, the poverty of decision-making for women. The World Bank now defines poverty as a pronounced deprivation of well-being and the focus on the capability of women to function in society. While the primacy of a survivor-centric and gender-centric approach to justice must provide remedies, these remedies must address not only material damage, but moral and transgenerational damage suffered by victims of gender violence and the preservation of historical memory. This narrative is very important to South Korea because this calls for memorials in the image of both women, men, as well as children to help guarantee the most important part of conflict prevention, the non-repetition of crimes, never again. Grounded in GR 30's transformative ethos, this new framework calls for multilateral action, renewed multilateralism, more and not less multilateralism. A new set of inquiries to animate peace plans, transitional justice, national action plans, and new UN Security Council resolutions as well as gender indicators. This morning I was asked, what can Gyeonggi Province, what can South Korea do to embrace the new addendum, to actualize the addendum, to operationalize it? I spoke about the National Action Plan of South Korea's Women, Peace and Security, which from 2024 to 2027 calls for the prevention of conflict. And what South Korea can do is to lead the charge for not only conflict resolution, but the prevention of conflict through economic well-being. The ways in which today Gyeonggi Province pledges that economic security is human security, and that economic security has to be gender-centered. It must be gender-sensitive and women-centered. The first UNGA resolution passed in 2022 on survivor-centric access to justice included access not only to legal services but mental health treatment. And UN Security Council Resolution 2467 included post-conflict care as well as a trust fund for survivors. And this brings me finally to reparations. Material damage must include redistribution of land and the acknowledgement of structural change, which must include the establishment of schools for peace, peace education as part of the educational curriculum, while transgenerational damage must address the victims, the children born of rape and sexual violence. I also call for the preservation of historical memory and the narratives of victims, survivors, and witnesses as part of the reparations process. Most often, memorials are built in the image of men, making invisible the role of women in peace building and the lives of women impacted by war. Economic violence must include intentional and deliberate denial of education and willful and systematic impediments to economic and political empowerment. UN Security Council Resolution 2601 condemns the alarming number of children, especially girls, denied their right to education, attacks on schools and their infrastructure. I argue that a women, peace and security agenda must shift from a fetishization of women's bodies to addressing the ways in which war is fought not only on women's bodies, but that women's minds are battlegrounds too. Across the 10 Women, Peace and Security Resolution, however, we see sexual violence repeated 174 times, while education is repeated only 9 times. I call for the recognition of a new normative construct, conflict-related intellectual violence, which can be understood to mean the empowerment of women, the dignity of women, the autonomy of women. And 25 years after UN Security Council Resolution 1325, we must reimagine the Security Council Resolution's paradigmatic focus on a more holistic understanding of what violence means. This addendum expresses deep concerns that girls and women must also continue to be the leaders in conflict prevention, and it calls for the shift from victimhood to leadership. And finally, Your Excellencies, Wangari Maathai, the great Nobelist and the founder of the Green Belt movement, has said, in the course of history, there comes a time when humanity is called to shift to a new level of consciousness, to reach a higher moral ground. That higher moral ground is what we aspire. The new addendum to GR 30 aims to reach that higher moral ground. The arc of women's leadership must bend towards peacemaking and peace building. And Gyeonggi Province's International Women's Forum is about bending that arc of women's leadership towards peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. 고맙습니다. 첫 번째 기정 강연 함께 하셨습니다. 여성
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. The new addendum to the UN Security Council Resolution, the 1325, was introduced.
Next, we'll move on to the second keynote lecture. Professor Monica Williams is globally respected peace and human rights activist and leading figure in advancing gender perspective in peace processes. She will share her extensive experience and insights on how women's participation can transform conflict resolution and peace building. Please welcome her with a big hand.
Good afternoon, and it is a great pleasure to be here all the way from Northern Ireland. I'm going to try in this talk to make it relevant to you here in South Korea, because I know what it was like 30 years ago when I sat down at the peace table. How did women get to that peace table? Well, we had been working on the front line, at the peace walls, at the peace line, at the border, for all the decades before. And we said, if there are going to be peace negotiations, then women must be at the table. That was the year after the Beijing conference. We had sent some women to Beijing, and they came back with powerful messages. And we decided to form a coalition. So here today, there are 300 of you in this audience. Many of you from NGOs, many of you from networks, many of you from the government. And my question would be, is it possible to form a coalition. If ever there was to be a peace table between South Korea and North Korea, how many women would be sitting at that table? 30 years after the Beijing conference, where we came back empowered with the message that women's rights are human rights. And if that is the case, and we're going to be discussing peace in Ireland after 30 years of a very long war, then to make it relevant and to make it meaningful, women must be at the table. So we took some examples from what was going on before. Next slide. And so we said, first, we are going to never have to go back to what was there before. I think I jumped one, maybe not. So we were facing a new world order today, and it is different 30 years on. This is a picture of me in South Sudan 2 years ago. And it is a terrible situation there now with the war. It's one of the largest wars in the world. There are many wars now in Ukraine, in the Middle East, in Yemen. Luckily, Syria is now going through a transition. I have been visiting all of them. Women have faced globalization and have not done very well out of the world power. Digital revolution, we have heard the question asked, how well are we doing out of that? Mass migration, it is the women and the children who are often left behind or who are facing drowning as they try to make their way from a conflict and from a war zone into a more peaceful situation. And we've just heard about the impact of climate change. This was in South Sudan, on International Women's Day, where I went with one of the Irish humanitarian agencies. And it was drought and flooding at the same time. It was causing a massive displacement of over 100,000 people living in those conditions. And yet they had this banner that talked about technology empowering women. I couldn't get over the juxtaposition when they couldn't even have electricity. They didn't even have the internet, but they still were dreaming of how they could empower themselves. And one of the things that worries me today, and no doubt worries you in South Korea, is this increasing autocracy of the rolling back. I'm very worried. I've been reading some of the surveys here in South Korea. And although we talk about a gender apartheid in Afghanistan, where children, and particularly girls, are being prevented from going to school, I ask myself when I read the survey among young men aged 20 in South Korea who are saying feminism is the problem. Now, where did they get that impression? Is it that women's equality, women's emancipation, has left these young men thinking that they're left out, that we do not believe in their equality? And of course, this increasing autocracy, this move to the right, to demagogues that I lived with throughout those 30 years of conflict, telling us, you should not be at the table. Your place is in the home. You're a housewife, you're a mother. That's the way to make peace. Not here. Leave the negotiations to us. Well, we said, having looked at what happened in Bosnia, and this is a picture from the negotiators at that time, all men. Some are prime ministers, some are presidents, and some were warlords. And those warlords, after signing a peace agreement, ended up being indicted by the International Criminal Court as criminals and guilty of war crimes. When I entered the room in the peace negotiations in 1996, I looked around the table, and we were the only women, the Women's Coalition, at that table. Who gets to a peace table? It's mostly the people who have created the war or the old constitutional parties that have been in every field round of negotiations. and are again back in another set of negotiations. So we decided something different had to happen. And I'll tell you in a moment about that story. But it was disappointing for me to find this picture just last week. Again, all of these people, men, discussing the Arctic Circle and discussing what is happening under the ocean and discussion about cybersecurity and about the interference of Russia cutting lines and submarines. And not a single woman at that table. There is a woman in the room, but she's sitting behind at the chair. And that is the most recent picture about how to discuss how we should resolve these issues that are affecting all of us. And the very first picture I saw here today was peace bridging the world. And the Arctic Circle is certainly bridging the world. But do they not think, when they sit at that table, how relevant women's voices could be to this process? So 2 years after I signed the peace agreement and got up from the table, we said there should be a resolution at the Security Council that never again should women be excluded from peace negotiations. And 2 years later, in the year 2000, the UN Security Council passed this resolution, mandating governments to insist that women be involved before, during, and after conflict. And you will hear from others today about the different parts of that resolution. The problem that still remains, however, is that women are still excluded. When I was in the Democratic Republic of Congo, I was fascinated at the local level about these activist women who were standing up and saying the simple things like, we need to discuss how we come home safely from the market without being raped, because it's us, the women, who are bringing the goods to the market at night and coming home in the dark and being robbed and raped. But are they asked when the DRC is about to discuss these issues, whether it's at the parish level, the district level, or the national level? What is it that we can do to create more women's safety? So this remains an issue. Why I'm still asked, and I cannot believe that I'm still asked, what difference does it make? Why should we have women? Well, if you live in a democracy, for these reasons alone, is it representative? Is your democracy equal? And is it fair? And I will come to some of the questions about South Korea in a moment. But that was the question that we asked when we went to the peace table. If we're making a transition from a conflicted society, a divided society, and we're asked to move on, and we call it a transformation, what kind of transformation are you asking in terms of women? Will it be equal? Will it be fair? If we draft a constitution, will it be equal? Will it be fair? If you have a Bill of Rights, where will women see themselves in that Bill of Rights? Or will it be a Bill of Frights, which is what's often said in terms of women looking at this and saying, we have gone backwards, not forwards. We, as you just heard, experience different things during war. War has the face of a woman, and I don't have time to go into that. But you've seen the pictures from Radhika. And we deliberate, often at peace negotiations, without those things ever being discussed. And for participation, we need to have gender-specific issues addressed. And I'll show you in a moment how we did that. What is still happening to UN 1325? I believe it is still top-down. I'm looking at Ukraine. I'm looking at the 19-point plan for Gaza. I'm looking at the plan that came out of the United States for Ukraine, and they are currently discussing what will happen in Ukraine. It's very top-down. That institutional approach is so dismissive of local agency. What I know about war and what I know about peace is it is the people inside the country who stop it and who make it. And so if you ignore them, it will not be sustainable. I was the chair of Interpeace based in Geneva. It was a voluntary role for 8 years, and I learned there track 1, and we still see it. This is what's happening today, is track 1, government and political elites coming to the table. Occasionally, we find that we have track 2, which tends to be the business leaders. And certainly under President Trump, he's bringing more and more business leaders into those negotiations. What about track 3, which is where you find the women in civil society? If you add 3 plus 2 plus 1, you get 6. It is important to have all of those. And if UN 1325 was about anything, it was about the inclusion of track 3. But is it working? For us, we had to do it ourselves. We turned a social movement into a political party. We had to get elected. We did it. We did it by disrupting the status quo. We had academics from the universities. We had business leaders, we had trade unionists, we had women's organisations, we had youth organisations, and we brought them all together. And we said, do you think we should go to the table? Some said, no, you will have blood on your hands. And others said, wave goodbye to the dinosaurs. I'm telling you that because it became our mantra, wave goodbye to dinosaurs. Because it generally is mostly dinosaurs who get to discuss the future of the country. They have made a film on the process, and if you want to see it, I can send you the link to it. And the BBC will shortly make a film on how did a small group of women, make such a difference to peace in their land by organising, by getting a process, and getting to that table was not easy. Where did we take our principles? From the Beijing conference. We had 3 simple principles, not big long lists of papers, not massive submissions. 3 principles: inclusion, equality, and human rights. And we said to the women in the country and to the good men who joined us, if you're interested in forming a coalition with us, then sign up. And if you can sign up to be a human rights defender, if you believe in inclusion, which means that, yes, indeed, the combatants will have to come to the table, the militias, the state parties, and civil society, then sign up. So inclusion, equality, and human rights. Those were big issues because a war is often started through inequality. And equality should be a principle, and human rights should be the foundation of any peace agreement. But it's often not the case. I don't have time to tell you about how difficult it was to be at that table. We were told to go home and have babies. We were told that we shouldn't be there. We were outsiders. We were told you did a very good job this past few decades making peace, and we thank you for it, and clapped us on the back. But they said now that they were in serious negotiations, leave it to us. And we said no. We've left it to you before and it didn't work. It failed. So you will find women's competency, their skills being questioned, their reputation being questioned. And if you look at the film, you will see what happened. But we kept saying the stakes are bigger than yesterday's insult. In fact, we dealt with it through an insult of the week notice board and stuck it outside our office and wrote down the insult. And men would come past from the other parties and say, did I really say that? And I said, yeah, but if you're going to say sorry or apologise, I'll take it down. And sure enough, they did not want it to be made public. But the public watched it, and the public said, if that's how they're going to behave towards women, then we will never have peace in this country. Pay attention to 3 things. Who is not at the table? And how does that table get formed? So the process is important. Inclusion, not exclusion. If you leave people out in the cold, even those who were part of the problem. So we said, if you're part of the problem, you need to be part of the solution. There's no point in coming to you afterwards and asking you, what would you have said? So bring people in from the cold and that includes the young people and the women. UN 1325 said so, but are we enforcing it? The substance I will come to. What difference does it make if women come to a table, a peace table? And the most important that I've lived with for the next 30 years is implementation. What I put in the peace agreement, was I able to enforce? Was I able to deliver? Or was it just words on paper? And that's what I want to say to you about your National Action Plan. Break down the pieces. Women are often finding it very difficult to have their confidence lifted. How could I be a negotiator? Remember, you negotiate every day of your life. You negotiate your budgets in your house. You negotiate with your children. You negotiate with your partner. You negotiate with your friends. You negotiate with your colleagues at work. We are negotiators, but often we're left to be the facilitators or the mediators. In our coalition, we had all three, and we broke our pieces down into the different parts. And as you heard from the previous speaker, from Adika, it is often the economic and social opportunity that is forgotten about at a peace table. Yes, I negotiated prisoner releases. Yes, I negotiated the decommissioning of weapons. And yes, I negotiated the new constitutional arrangements. But I also negotiated for the victims and survivors. If the women had not been at that table, there would not have been one word in our peace agreement about victims or about reconciliation. We also had to negotiate with other countries. And it is a well-known story now that the role of the United States, and President Clinton in particular at that time, the role of the European Union, but the role also of the two governments of Ireland, of which the ambassador is here today, and the role of Great Britain. Most of the conflict, like South and North Korea, was about our identity. It was about the division of our country between Britain and Ireland. And that is what we had to resolve. Could it be possible that one day we could call ourselves British and Irish, or both? And it gave us that choice. Would it be possible one day never to have a border again? The slide is not moving. To the next slide. Yeah. So, if you ever get the opportunity to draft a constitution or a new plan for your country, ask yourselves, what does it do for women and what might it do to women? This is a picture of me with the Syrian women, and long, long before last summer, when Syria suddenly had a transition. Did we know, as we sat around that table in southern Turkey on the border with Syria, drafting the new constitution for Syria, if one day Assad's regime would end? No. But what we did was prepare, prepare, prepare. You never know when that moment comes. And I hope someday in South Korea that people are asking, are we prepared if that moment comes? Are the women of the country prepared when that moment comes? And that's what the good Syrian women did. And I'll tell you, it is now a piece of light in the world to see what is happening there. What did the women do at the table? Well, before UN 1325, we managed to write in, under the human rights section of our peace agreement, the right of women to full and equal participation in political life. I'm quite shocked to see how few women are in your parliament, 16%. We only had about 16%, and we said it's not enough. It's an underrepresentation. We must write this. If women's rights are human rights, then women's participation is a human right in the legislative body, in the decision-making body, in the policy-making bodies. We wrote in the right of equal opportunity, particularly social and economic activity, regardless of gender, religion, disability, and ethnicity. And we established a Human Rights Commission and an Equality Commission to enforce what we wrote into the agreement. We are a very divided society. Our children go to different schools according to their religion. And we said no more. They should share their learning. They should grow up together. There should be integrated education. It's in the peace agreement. What I found amazing over the years was it wasn't that difficult to decommission the weapons, to take the toys from the boys. It wasn't that difficult to create a new constitution in terms of the governance arrangements, because men always want to know how they're going to share power. It wasn't quite as difficult to make the reforms to the army and to the police. Can you believe that this one has been the most difficult? Allowing children to be educated together, sharing the learning, mixing the housing, so that we no longer had they live there and we live here. And actually it wasn't that difficult in the end to get rid of the border. We had a fairly militarized border where I had to travel and get out of my car, explain to the army every day what I was doing, get searched every day, and then proceed. I know it's much more difficult between South Korea and North Korea, and we're hoping to visit there tomorrow or the next day, because I've never been. But it's also the border in people's minds that was the most difficult for us. You can actually take down a physical border, which we did, but can you take the border down? And I'm very interested in hearing here in the next few days that I spend in South Korea about what's happening to the defectors, and are they treated differently than people who have been born and lived all their lives in South Korea. We have the same issue in terms of mixed marriage, in terms of people integrating into communities that were so often the strangers and so often divided. But it is possible, and we are changing. Never forget the young people. You do not want a next generation with radicalized minds. I'm still working on that with the militias and the armed groups 26 years after a peace agreement. And I'm going to move quite rapidly now because my time is coming to an end. We also created a civic forum. We said if there's going to be a new government, it's going to have a lot of difficulty because there will be people from opposite sides, total ideological opposition. One lot will still want to have weapons and think through the whole security in a different way, and the other lot will be totally opposed and will see the world in a different way and won't get their way. But they're going to have to share this new future. So we said, establish a civic forum. Establish a forum where women can sit as an advisory group, young people, business people, trade union, farmers, and have that forum discuss some of the most contentious issues, the too hot to handle issues, and then advise the legislative body who don't want to deal with it. Issues of symbols, issues of memorials, issues of flags. These are issues that often cause disruption when you're still trying to hold the peace. Fortunately, we have held our peace. And a Bill of Rights. And in that Bill of Rights, there has to be women's rights. Because what we experience is different. And what I find today is that the one issue in our peace agreement that we should have dealt more with was what did we do to each other during the conflict? How do you create reconciliation if you don't pay attention to human rights? Reconciliation is not over there, and human rights is not over here. They are both the same thing. One is the foundation of the other, and particularly when it comes to reparations. So make the victims visible, because the state created as many victims, but it often isn't held accountable. And of course the combatants created the victims that we see. So I still work with the intelligence services who had informers who we couldn't trust. And all of this is starting to come out now, 30 years later. I wish we had done it earlier. So reconstruction, pay attention, both during the conflict, as you come towards the end of the conflict. Don't leave it to the end of the conflict. You will still see signs on our murals on our walls like this one. prepared for peace, ready for war. I often ask myself in South Korea, is that the kind of state that you're living in? Prepared for peace, ready for war. A recent survey in South Korea said that 3/4 of the people in South Korea would like to have nuclear weapons. It shocked me. But if that is the state of mind, that's the only defense that you have, and I can understand the concerns about the fear of North Korea, and particularly at a time when Russia has invaded Ukraine. But there has to be another way in creating human security. So I have often said, not all arms are imported. And when I sat at the table and raised my arm and said not all arms are imported, I meant that the violence against women and girls often comes from the men on the same side, not just the men who are regarded as enemies and opponents. And we women know that. So we often had to write in to our legislation the new laws that we wanted to see. That person in the white coat is me. It was the first picture taken of the Assembly after the peace agreement. There were 108 members, but we were only 10%. And so I said, how could this be? We've just created a peace agreement with the right of women to full and equal political participation. So I say to South Korea, how is it that it can be that you have 16% of women? I call it, I don't know if it's the same in your culture, but we have a little game that we play called Where's Wally? Where's Waldo? Well, I'm Wally in that picture because we ask, where are the women? So here's the highlight. Today we are 40% of women. I call it the contagion effect. It took us the next 2 decades to build that snowball where we demanded of the political parties. We put quotas, we put affirmative action forward. My hope is this one, in terms of transcending a conflict. I didn't get the opportunity there to explain that I was also surprised in seeing that you only have 4% of women in your police. 4%? How did South Korea, a well-advanced democracy, have 4%? Does 96% of the police are men? So of course you must be having a difficulty enforcing your legislation. You probably have violence against women legislation. You probably have legislation on assaults, on femicide, homicide, the murder of women. But with 4% of police being female, how is this enforced? How is this implemented? I'm pleased to see you have 30% judges. If I was sitting at the table with your National Action Plan, these are the issues that I certainly would be addressing in relation to prevention and the participation of women in every aspect of your lives. I'll finish with this moment of hope. There are so many geopolitical interests now that we begin to ask, how can we get into these big discussions? And I'm sure this woman, Hind Kabawat, my friend in Syria, who was a grassroots feminist peace builder and never gave up for the last 13 years. Where is she now? She's the Minister of Labour and Social Affairs in a predominantly Islamic government. She's the only woman in a 23-member cabinet, but she has the women at her back. She has the Women's Network at her back. She has the peace builders at her back. So I'd finish with the message. There is light, and she's not the only light. Because here in South Korea, I am so impressed with the number of leaders that I see in your country. Your moment will come. Prepare, prepare, prepare. And we in solidarity will stand with you. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다. Thank you very much. 네, 귀한 말씀이었습니다.
Thank you very much. So she were at the front line of conflict and your experience was well highlighted in your presentation. Thank you very much.
Now, let me invite our final keynote speaker. I would like to invite Ms. Moon Ah-young, who is Executive Director of Peace Momo, an organization dedicated to peace education and peace research. In recognition of her contributions and leadership, she was recently awarded with the Korean Women Leaders of the Year award. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. As introduced, I am Young Moon. I do not have much time given to me for the keynote presentation. So back in 2023, the UN Secretary General declared that the planet is boiling. So I feel like the person who were born on this planet where the planet is boiling already. So in my generation, we have to live on this planet that is already boiling. So I am under the time pressure right now as a keynote speaker. So I am feeling a similar pressure. So I would like to spend less time for my keynote presentation because the distinguished keynote speakers from abroad made a great keynote presentations. Well, actually, I am not a director, and I am the representative of Peace Momo, and I am standing here on behalf of all the activists, and I would like to thank all the women who invited me as the keynote speaker this afternoon. Peace Momo has this slogan, the peace is for everyone, peace as a common. So when you hear this slogan, what do you feel? You can relate to that and you agree with the slogan? Yes, we all agree, but is it true? When we say peace is for everyone, who is this everyone? So Peace Momo is here it says Momo, and in Korean this Momo means that it's for everyone in Korean. But peace for everyone, when we say peace for everyone, the everyone is just for us, for the people who say that peace is for everyone. The concept of we change over time. Within the states, we is confined concept because it refers to the residents and the citizens within the states. And during the COVID-19, that we had this mask distributed. I thought it was given to everyone, but I learned that later that masks were provided only to the Korean nationals. So the foreigners living in Korea were not given this masks during the COVID-19 pandemic. So when we say that mask is given to everyone in Korea, this everyone does not include the foreign nationals during the COVID-19. In the past, peace were defined by men, and the women did not belong to we, that is defined by men. So we have a 20% representation of women in the National Assembly if you compare with the OECD average. And OECD average is 33.8%. We still have a long way to go. Why is that the case? When we say peace is for everyone, this everyone only means men and the mainstream in the society. So when we talk about peace, we need to think about this peace is, when we say the peace is for everyone, who is this everyone? We need to also think about this as well. So when we define who, when we say we, who does we indicates, then it becomes clear that who are the people who are outside the boundaries of that scope of we. We have many detentions and the hatred. sentiments occurring in the society. And that becomes hostility. And then we think that those we hate can be dead. And since they're the enemies, we don't care if these people die or not. You see, in the battleground, the soldiers kill the targets, right? So even if they have to kill the civilians together with the targets, they do not care. So have you ever heard of a collateral damage? In the military battle, that if the civilians are dead together with the targets, then it's called the collateral damage. When we talk about peace, it does not just mean peace for the few minorities or the category of people. So when we defined us as a small community or a small group of people, we makes it clear that the people who are outside of the boundaries of a we group can be discriminated and hostilized. Have you ever heard of a security dilemma? If a state purchased a military weapons to secure their own safety and security, the other states also expand their military spending, so that ironically, the more a state pursues its own security, the more vulnerable it often becomes. You see that these are irony that we have in the military armaments. So that lead to the mutual distrust. So when we have this mutual distrust, the war will sustain. So that leads us to this next question. Can trust be built? And how and where? What is the starting point of trust? When we can expand the scope of we, that we can initiate building peace. I am part of we as the residents of Gyeonggido Province. When we confine the group of we as the residents of Gyeonggido Province, but if we expand that group to larger boundaries, that we can expand the peace. So how can we make the shift and convergent? And how can we make peace part of our mentality and our everyday life?
So, when we think others as non-human beings, they also consider us non-human beings. So we need to stop this vicious cycle. So I was invited in this forum because actually I had to explain about my organization. So I'd like to talk about what I am doing for peace building. And I established Peace Momo 13 years ago with my colleagues. For the 13 years, we've been operating and we've been doing some activities thanks to the support from other members. And Peace Momo means that peace literacy enhancement. So in Peace Momo, we are trying to enhance our peace literacy. It's not just reading about information about peace. We need to understand how all different aspects are interconnected, how we can make conditions for peace building, and how we can make a peace. That is well related with peace literacy. So from the perspective, from the individuals, also from the perspective of society and international communities, we need to build a network for peace building. That is the aim of our organization. So we do such things. We provide peace education. We provide some lectures to the children, and also we invite children from other countries and youth from other countries, and we also train civil servants in other countries how we can do a role as a member of the civil society, international civil society, and also with the other women leaders. We do some solidarity work, and we gather together, and we often meet together so that we can grow our network, and also we raise our voices, and we go to the conferences, and we are talking about the importance of peace, and also we do some research activities and educational activities. This is the actually we do some research about some contamination in the local area after the relocation of the U.S. military camp. And next one is about financing peace. This was the national consultation process about financing peace. And also, we do translation of CIPRI Yearbook 2025, and also we make a report exploring AI weaponization and role of humans in that context. So Peace Momo is continuing our efforts to make peace as a shared commons. Do I have some time? So this is my last slide. Donna Haraway, this is my favorite researcher. I know that some of you will like this person. And he said, the world is like a cat's cradle. Cat's cradle means a children's game in which string is looped around and manipulated with fingers to form patterns. Well, that indicates our collective process to make peace together. We are all interconnected. And here, we are all interconnected with the human beings and also non-human beings. And we need to understand this importance of the interconnectivity. And some are dying in the war, and some are making profits by selling weapons. In this, against this backdrop, how we can recover our human nature. There is a clear answer. There is no clear answer, but we are gathered here to figure out the answers together. That's the end of my speech. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing your insights. So peace literacy is, well, that is very important. That was highlighted by Munayong, the director of Peace Momo. Thank you very much. So peace as a common. That was the theme of the speech. So peace should be shared and shaped by all people, including women. Peace is our all-important assets, common assets. So we listened to the 3 presentations so far. Women, peace, security. In this framework, we've shared our insights. Now we would like to have a thematic session. After we set the stage, we will start the first session. And speakers and panelists, after we set the stage, you can come up to the stage. Memory and recovery, and also women's human rights. That's the theme of the first session. We have 5 speakers for this session. speakers are here. Actually, also we would like to get questions from on-site and online. So the theme is memory and recovery for this session. So remembering all the important messages that we shared today, we would like to open the first session soon. Panelists, speakers, please come up to the stage.
Women, human rights, and peace will be the theme for session 1. And Ante Yoon, a senior advisor at the Sustainable Management Foundation, will serve as a moderator. We will begin session 1. Please take your seat. Moderator, are you ready to take the mic? Please give a big round of applause to the moderator and 5 speakers. Yes, the moderator, the mic is yours now. Good afternoon. I am Taeyoon An, the moderator for the first session of today. In session 1, we have 5 speakers joining us. So before we begin, let me briefly introduce our speakers. First, we're joined by Ms. Jung-ah Lee, the Executive Director of the Gyeonggi Women's Association United. And we also have Hae-kyung Lim, the Research Fellow at the Gyeonggi the Women and Family Foundation, and Professor Akibasaye Gosie from the Graduate School of the Global Studies at Doshisha University, and Ms. Chandi Yang, the Executive Director of Gender and Development Cambodia. And also joining us online is Ms. Galua Wandita, Executive Director of Asia Justice and Rights. Thank you all for joining us and being here today. In this session, we will hear the presentations on Gyeonggi Province's the regional challenges and issues related to women's rights, peace, and human rights, followed by presentations from 3 international speakers. And after the presentations, we will open the floor for Q&A, including questions submitted online. The presentation time is limited, so we kindly ask all the speakers to stay within the allotted time. The first, the Jung-ah Lee, who has been dedicated to advancing women's peace discourse in the field of women's activism in Gyeonggi Province. And her presentation addresses the overarching theme of Session 1, Achievements and Challenges in Localizing the Women and Peace Agenda in Gyeonggi Province. Good afternoon. So I will be really brief in my presentation. That is going to be how we can localize this women, peace, and security agenda in Gyeonggido Province. And the UN Security Council resolution, the 1325, it's about how we can better protect the women during and before and after the conflict. The women were recognized as the agent of peace, and the 4 principles were specified. So the first is the prevention. Without having the women as the voices on the table, the peace cannot be established in full. And in Korea, we also need to localize and implement this UN Security Council resolution. And we also need to monitor the implementation. And we're trying this. So in my presentation, now I'm going to talk about the Korea's National Action Plan and how the Gyeonggido Province sets its own local government's level, the plan. So localization in this sense is about reflecting the local requirements in the action plan that we're going to implement locally. So that's why the local associations and organizations are going to be the main entities deciding the details of the action plan. So the empowerment is going to be given to the participants and the stakeholders. So we have this national action plan at the government level, that is the action plan of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325, but at the local level, we're also going to adopt our own local action plan. Gyeonggido Province is a region where DMG is located. So the male-oriented, the military, the system is in place. So that's why we need a Gyeonggi Province's own action plan that ought to be implemented in the Gyeonggido Province, so that these local action plan can be adopted and better implemented in the grassroots level. Gyeonggido Province, if you look at it as a district, it has this unique characteristics. So the women's voices should be expanded in the discussion and the agenda setting for the Gyeonggido local action plan. The women's solidarity has been strengthened within the Gyeonggido Province, and the agenda setting has been done by the women stakeholders, and so what I'm sharing has been done between the 2015 to 2025, and the agenda setting has been done, but only to a limited level. And the one detail can be seen with this, the ordinance that was enacted by the Gyeonggi Provincial Council. So the Gyeonggi Women and the Peace Cooperation Support Ordinance was drafted and enacted within the Gyeonggi Provincial Council, and this indicates and specifies the specific action plans that could be implemented to institutionalizing the regional women's peace, governance, and building a sustainable foundation for implementation. And we had the special initiative that was carried out under the slogan, the UN Security Council Resolution 1325, Local Action Plan from Gyeonggi Women. And so we had this initiative of a DMG Women Peace Walk, which dates back to 2015. So since 2019, this initiative has expanded into the DMZ Gyeonggi Women's Peace Walk, which is significant not merely for its growth in scale, but also for the strengthened leadership of women in the Gyeonggido Province. In the same year, that the peace, Gyeonggido, the Declaration for Action was developed as well, incorporating perspectives from local communities and practitioners. Through these efforts that we have been setting the agenda for the women, peace and security, and embedding the women's peace agenda into actual policies and initiatives in Gyeonggido Province. And more strategic discussion needs to be made within Gyeonggido Province so that we can shape the Gyeonggi Province's progress in implementing localization efforts. We need to establish an ordinance to support Women's Peace Policy Initiative as a driving force for implementing the agenda. And we also need to implement the structured local action plan to better predict the defectors and the victims of gender-based violence. And we also need the sustained support for the implementation of these efforts. Gyeonggido Provincial Council also need to be active in enacting the ordinance because having the ordinance will play an important role. We already have a draft that was made into a bill within the Gyeonggido Provincial Council, and also the budget needs to be allocated to better implement this ordinance. And we need to have a more representation of women in the Gyeonggido Provincial Council so that the women's voices can be fully reflected in setting the peace agenda going forward. And the strengthened role of a Gyeonggido Provincial Council will be critical in making sustainable progress in implementing the localization efforts. And these are essential in localizing the peace, women, and the human rights agenda. So that's it for my presentation. Thank you very much. So the UN Security Council resolution, the 1325, how it could be localized, and the local action plans and initiatives have been carried out so far. So those were shared, and the proposals for the Gyeonggi Provincial Council was also made as well. Thank you very much. And let me introduce the second speaker.
The second presentation focuses on restoration of women's human rights in Gyeonggi Province. She is the project leader of Gyeonggi Women's Human Rights Archive project. She will make a presentation. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Im Hae-kyung from Gyeonggi Women Family Foundation. It's an honor for me to deliver my presentation in this meaningful occasion. Today, I would like to talk about Women's Human Rights Archive task. So, by remembering the history of Camp Town women in Korea, how we can actually localize the UNSCR 1325. So, in Gyeonggido Province, we are actually localizing the UNSCR 1325, and we call for the implementation of 1325. And also Gyeonggi Province made legislation for so-called ordinances and lawsuits seeking state compensation for women who were sacrificed in Camp Town. So, solidarities of Camp Town women, and also we collected the memories of these women. And although we have made many efforts, these women in Camp Town were isolated and excluded. So, with the relocation of these women are excluded from relocation or redevelopment of the region. And these women were excluded from the efforts for archive making. For example, Turebang, this is an organization that supports Camptown women, and as the redevelopment plan goes progress, that was relocated, and also many women supporting centers were relocated. The militarization and also inequality of the gender affected this movement. So we need to actually listen to the voices of these women in order to correct the distorted memories. So I'd like to share what we've done for our archive making. As you are well aware, Gyeonggido is located in the border area between South and North Korea. Paju, Pyeongtaek, Pocheon, and these areas have had camp towns in the past. So camp town refers to camp town women in Korea refers to Korean women who lived and worked around U.S. military bases, and these areas were called camp town or 기지촌 in Korean. And many of these women engaged in entertainment or sex work due to extreme poverty and lack of opportunities, and government policies that effectively tolerated, even managed the system to maintain relations with the U.S. military. So after UN Command Headquarters relocated in Seoul in 1957, an agreement was made to concentrate women engaged in prostitution for foreign troops within designated areas. And out of 104 designated districts nationwide, 61 were assigned to Gyeonggi Province. And 70% of these women were resided in Gyeonggi Province. And in 1970s, due to the redeployment of U.S. military forces, Camptown women relocated in large numbers to major base areas like Dongjucheon or Pyeongtaek. And well, that indicates that the government is effectively controlling or managing these prostitution service for the military soldiers or U.S. soldiers or UN forces. And the Korean government directly monitored and managed the demand for sexual services from U.S. forces. And also the government exercised regulatory authority over the related establishments. And also Camptown women were subject to institutional control, including forced STD examination and mandatory confinement in designated facilities. And also these women endured multiple and overlapping human rights violations. We need to stop this repetition of the wrongdoings in the past. So in 1986, Turebang was established to protect and support women who experienced serious exploitation in the U.S. military camp town in Korea. And also Seumta, the supporting center, was established, and also Sunshine Social Welfare Center, and also Shigo Women Human Rights Center were established in order to protect and support women who suffered from the human rights violation near U.S. military camp towns. And in 2008, Camptown women's solidarity activities were carried out, and in 2013, Gyeonggi Province did some activities to make ordinance to support these women. We had some negotiations and discussions, And based on that, for the first time in Korea, Gyeonggido Province enacted ordinance to support these women. And also in 2014, Camptown women filed a damage claim against the state. These legal lawsuits went on for 8 years, and also Supreme Court ruled in favor of these women in damage suit against the state. But still, we can see the exploitation or human rights violation against these women, and official apologies are not given to these women. In addition, the STD center is now about to be demolished. And these women suffer from poverty, and also these women are not healthy any longer. And so we need to make an archive to commemorate the history of these women. And also we did some solidarity activities, and this year we conducted archive task force to memorize these women. So we collected official documents, photographs, media reports, and court records. And also we collected oral history from elderly Camptown women and related witnesses. In addition, we did some spatial documentation of Camptown sites. We collaborated with many women organizations to make that happen. And 26 survivors were participated in oral history collection process. And rather than hiding, they actually revealed their history, and they made testimony, and they showed their history so that the public can remember their painful history. So, well, this archive goes beyond documenting victimhood. It shines light on the resilience and resistance of women who survived systematic violence and discrimination. And these women called for official apology from the state. By doing so, we can start truth finding, and also we can provide compensation for these women. So archive process should be conducted from long-term perspective. By doing so, we can prevent war and conflict in this region. Also, based on UNSCR 1325, women are not just remembered as victims, and also their active participation is necessary in peace-building process. So these women's records should be documented, and also we need to establish commemorative and human rights peace institutions. We need to operate these institutions as national assets, and also we need to make international solidarity so that we can remember the sufferings of these women. And also we need to protect the dignity of these Camptown women. By remembering the history of Camptown women, we need to recognize the dignity of these women, and also they need to participate in the peace-building process. That is how we are localizing UNSCR 1325 in Gyeonggido Province. We need to go forward a peace economy by doing so. Thank you very much for your attention so far. Thank you very much, Dr. Lim. So it's been 80 years since the camp down was established, and for the first time in Korea, Gyeonggido Province is taking the initiative to memorize the painful history of camp down women. And the person who is responsible for securing budget was here, and she's now outside. So when she comes back, I will let you know. So that was our presentation from domestic panelists.
The next presenter is Professor Koje Akibayashi. She's both a scholar and a peace activist, consistently advancing gender-responsive research and advocacy on peace, security, and conflict-related violence against women. She will speak under the title Women's Challenges to Militarism and Patriarchy. Now you have the mic, Professor.
Thank you very much. 반갑습니다. My name is Koje Akibayashi. Thank you very much for a kind introduction. No? Okay. First of all, I would like to thank the province government of Gyeonggido and the Women and Family Foundation of Gyeonggi Province for this opportunity. I have visited Korea, South Korea many times, and I have visited, of course, Gyeonggido many times. And I am very honored to present my first-hand experience of working with the remarkable researchers and activists in South Korea, but also in Gyeonggido. I do owe so much to Gyeonggido women's organizations in the activities that I have been involved for the past 10 years or so. In response to the question of a localization of Security Council Resolution 1325, I prepared my short remarks entitled Women's Challenge to Militarism and Patriarchy, and focusing on civil society endeavor and the Security Council resolution. Women's activists for peace has a very long history, rich and long history. And one of the examples is Women's International League for Peace and Freedom that was established in 1915, over 100 years ago, with over 1,000 women who gathered at the Hague to stop the World War I. I am a researcher on feminist peace research and education, but I am also an activist. And I'm an active member of Women's International League for Peace and Freedom. I was, shortly after our 100th anniversary in 2015, when I was elected as international president of the entire organization, I had an opportunity to participate in activity called, or action called Women Cross DMZ. And Women Cross DMZ is feminist collective action for peace to bring peace on the Korean Peninsula, and it has continued, as presented earlier, as a forum of women's march in DMZ area. Originally, the Women Cross DMZ in 2015, 10 years ago, with 30 feminist peace activists from 16 countries. And I was among them, and we crossed the DMZ. Organized by the initiative of Christine Ann, who is Korean-American activist. The delegation included many well-known activists. Gloria Steinem was one of them, and Lema Boy and Marit McGuire, the two Nobel Peace Laureates, were among them. Also my colleague, some of you may know Suzuyo Takasato from Okinawa Women Act Against Military Violence was one of them. And Suzuyo Takasato has worked with Campton women in Taliban as early as 1980s. Women Cross DMZ called for a formal end to Korean War, ending, and also our emphasis was ending the Korean War is the international community's responsibility. We also called for uniting separated families, and that's an issue in Japan, where I live, as well. So we crossed the DPRK, North Korea, to ROK. In DPRK, we had a peace conference in Pyongyang, and where we learned about the long-lasting impacts of wars on women living in DPRK. We had the Women's March, actually 2 occasions, for peace and unification at the time, Pyongyang and Kaesong. After that, we crossed the DMZ at the Kaesong. We had a long discussion about whether we cross at the Panmunjom or not. We crossed at the Kaesong and from DPRK to ROK on May 24, 2015. And that is when we were welcomed by a large number of Gyeonggi women's organizations, which was very, very encouraging, because we also faced strong criticism by not only other South Korean, some of the South Korean groups, but also internationally, particularly in the US media or the UK media were so critical of our activities. And some of our members were personally attacked as well. So the organizing events by Gyeonggido Women's collaboration was such a strong feeling for us. But I do understand that the heaviest burden is on people living on the Korean Peninsula. The small activities that we were able to do as an international group was a very small token, I think, of our conviction that the peace on the Korean Peninsula has to be brought now, not later. I was also asked to describe a little bit about Okinawa, which is a part of Japan, which was also colonized by the mainland Japan and still suffer the impacts of the war, but also the preparation of war, which I term as militarism. And I skipped this part of where is Okinawa and how small Okinawa is in terms of in relation to Japan. High concentration of U.S. military bases in Okinawa. But the highlight probably is history of sexual violence by U.S. soldiers stationed in Okinawa since 1945. The Campton women's experiences are also connected, resonated with the Okinawan women's experience vis-a-vis the war preparation of the United States and the soldiers stationed in there. So sexual violence is intrinsic part of the structural problem of the military, is how Okinawan women analyzed their historical situation. It was also Okinawan women's decision to build a network with feminist peace activists in other host communities, as we call it, of U.S. military, including South Korea, the Philippines, and other U.S. territories where U.S. military has been stationed. Again, preparation for war, wars waged by the United States were unevenly put on smaller communities, such as Okinawa or the Philippines or part of South Korea, for example. And this is the context of the collaboration between Camptown women's activities and the Okinawan women. And from these activities, particularly Okinawan women were keen to pose this question. So what is security and whose security? and why our U.S. military and other militaries have been in their community. And in this network, we called for a demilitarization of security, but demilitarization of our culture and achieving of gender equality. And we believe that is the key to our future. This question of whose security and what is security were partly, I think, addressed in the Security Council resolution 25 years ago. And the description of 1325, I don't think you need anymore. Originally the first three pillars of protection, prevention, participation, and now we have the relief and the recovery. But the participation part, I think, was also very important. Making sure that the women's view and women's experiences and analysis be included in the implementation of 1325. In that, however, I see more hopes, and listening to the Gyeonggi Province efforts about the localization, this is where I see the hope of eradication of war and the dismantling of patriarchy, which I think is at the very, very core of 1325, particularly for those who created, including Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, and those who are within the UN system, who believed that achieving gender equality and eradication war and achieving peace have to go together. And that, I think, still have to be reminded 25 years later. Member state governments tended to adopt the policies of integration of women in the military. It does say, 1325 does say including more women in peace and security related policies, but it does not only focusing on the military. So normative approach of Security Council resolution could be a tool for civil society to mobilize women peace builders and promote gender equality. Making sure the full and meaningful participation of women in peace and security, and this is where I think we still have some hope to tackle with the problem of militarism and patriarchy. And I do see, after listening to my previous presenters, two examples in localization, I am very impressed, and I wish I had known before my presentation. But this is where I see hope, and I do believe that the Gyeonggi women's efforts needs to be learned much more widely outside South Korea, outside the Gyeonggido, but outside South Korea and in the global community who are committed to full implementation of 1325. Thank you very much. End my presentation here.
네, 아키바야시 교수님 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Professor Akibiyawa Gosue, for your insightful presentation. Well, you shared the case of Okinawa, and demilitarization and gender equality was highlighted. So Gyeonggido, within Gyeonggido, in the city of Pyeongtaek, we also have a camp town. I've been to Okinawa. So back in 1972, the dollar was being used in Okinawa. I was really surprised.
Now I would like to invite Chandy Yang, who leads the gender development for Cambodia, one of the country's leading women's organizations. She will share Cambodia's experience in localizing women peace and security. Ms. Chandy Yang.
Good afternoon. Let me stand because when I stand, my blood circulation is better and the presentation might be clearer too. All right, so, like when we talk about women peace and security, why is that? Because a lot of research show us when gender equality is achieved, the country would have less likely conflict or war, right? And when we talk about that, when we talk about women, peace, and security, who are the women? So women are not only those who are sitting here, or me, or just only this panelist. When we talk about women, we talk about indigenous women, we talk about ethnic minority, LGBTQI community, people with disability. Those women should be included in the women, peace, and security. So in Southeast Asia, we have right now 11 countries. But only 4 countries in that 11 countries have women, peace, and security as the national action plan. An ambassador, the Philippines is one of the countries in Southeast Asia that has this long history of women, peace, and security for national action plan. Cambodia is one of the countries that does not have right now, but we are developing. So because of the contemporary history that profoundly shaped Cambodia, of our peace and security coming from the Khmer Rouge, unstable political and also like a lot of conflict that left us with the national action plan that is not completed when talking about women, peace and security. So by 2022, when Cambodia is the chairperson of ASEAN, or Southeast Asian nations, during that time, we kind of like come up with the idea of action plans on women, peace and security. So right now in ASEAN, in that 11 countries, we have this particularly women, peace and security agenda, but 7 countries of the 11 countries do not have the action plan yet. Cambodia is developing this, and right now we have in 2023, we come up with the chairs of developing the localization strategy for localized women, peace and security agenda in all other countries in Southeast Asia. And then last month, we launched this called Situation Analysis Report on Women, Peace and Security in Cambodia. It is the bridge to make sure that our women, peace and security agenda is really inclusive. I just want to read the main things that are going to be embedded into our national action plan. It's going to be prioritize women's trafficking and transnational crime. Sound familiar, right? Women, peace and cybersecurity, women in security sector, international diplomacy and peacekeeping force, and women in climate, peace and security. Also, women and GBV in conflict and humanitarian crisis. The women, peace and security agenda and economic security livelihood opportunity. So with this topic today that focusing about peace economy would be very interesting for us as well. Natural resources and human security, women participation in leadership and women in social cohesion. So hopefully in the next, we have this action plan. So hopefully next year, as a lab test, we really can see the national action plans of WPS in Cambodia and also other countries in Southeast Asia. Okay. I was asked to talk a little bit about feminist foreign policy, but I don't think that I have enough time to talk about this. I just want you to know that feminist foreign policy is a very long way for Southeast Asia, for ASEAN, because right now each country does not even have a women, peace and security agenda as a national action plan yet. Only 4 countries right now that has this. I just would like to give you a practical implementation here. So everyone, even like our keynote speaker and also our panelists here are already mentioning about implementation of how we can localize the WPS agenda into our national action plan. So I do not want to repeat this. I just want to say it again that it's gender responsive development aid, high level leadership coordination and implementation of the WPS action plan. So this one is just a small example of what my organization is doing to bring real peace in the community. We talk in the very big words of women, peace and security, and normally those who are in the table talking about peace as Monica mentioned earlier, like long ways, always men, and recently always men again. And talking about peace only like who talking about this? Militaries, governments, and those who have in the high-ranking position, but not talking about alternative regionalism, not talking about women to women, community to community. So those kind of things are not inclusive one. So this one just very small example that we did. So talking about peace, we shall talk about negative peace and also positive peace, right? My organization work a lot on gender-based violence. One thing about this is we make sure that women have economic power. An example of this, we have the project that talking about women economic empowerment and women economic right. Imagine yourself right now in the countryside that has a very big rice field, a lot of small house made from wood, and it is Islamic community. So in that particular community, there is a small house run by Islamic women, talking about her intersectionality, Islamic, Cambodian, with disability, having 2 kids, illiterate, also a victim of domestic violence, and earn very small money every day. If she did not sell things today, she cannot afford for the whole day, right? Her husband always migrated to the other country, neighboring country like Thailand or Vietnam to work. And when he came back, the domestic violence always happened. So we asked her to join our program on women economic empowerment. And at that time, she was so hesitant to join because she did not get permission from her husband or permission from the religious leader in the community. So we work with them. We work with her husband. We work with the community leaders and over there. So we work with who? Men, right? To make sure women can join this. But then after a long time, maybe like 1 year, convincing, finally she can join. 5 years later, she was the victim of everything that I just mentioned earlier. But right now, she has a skill that she sells halal cake. Who here love halal cake? The halal cake that she sells is very famous in that community. And that we asked her, can you make sure that this halal cake is well known? And she said, like, of course, she wants to teach other women in the community for halal cake. And then we asked her, if you teach them to do this cake, other people will steal your recipient. And she said, like, no. Whenever other women know how to do halal cake, or this community know how to do halal cake, it means that this whole community will be known as the halal cake. So whoever in Cambodia want to buy halal cake, they will go to that community. The same as women, peace and security. If Korea, Japan, the Philippines, other countries here, the US, transform this localization of the peace and women, peace and security agenda into our own agenda, every country in the neighboring country and everywhere in the world would be in peace. And you know, where is her husband now? Her husband now helping her deliver the halal cake. Her 2 children can go to school. And that's how her family transforming from conflict to a peaceful housing. And that she is also helping her community to be a peaceful community too. Whenever I met her, she always say that my organization did not only change her, but change the generation of her, the next generation of hers. And I know that this is something that we can do. Transforming this small example to be a bigger national agenda and national agenda. And transactional or transformative is your choice. So I hope we are choosing the transformative rather than just the transactional that we are doing right now. Last word here, I just would like to finish this with Cambodia is committed to sharing its lesson and learn from other, advancing a more just and peaceful future for all women. And thank you so much for having me. 감사합니다.
네, 찬대행 대표님 감사합니다.
Chen Dian, thank you very much for sharing your experiences. You talked about grassroots movement and women's empowerment. And by doing so, we can learn from each other.
마지막 발제입니다.
Now, I would like to introduce our final speaker, Ms. Galua Wandita, the Executive Director of Asia Justice and Rights. She's a leading human rights activist in Indonesia, working extensively on documentation of gender-based violence and survivor-centered programs in Indonesia, Timor-Leste, and Myanmar. She will present insights from the case of Timor-Leste, focusing on what the Women, Peace and Security agenda can teach us. We do not see Ms. Wandita online joining us. She was connected earlier. Ms. Wandita?
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm here. I can see you, so I don't know what's going on.
진행해 주세요. 7분 동안 좀
Yes,
넘겨주시면
now
됩니다.
you have the floor. You have 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm so sad I'm not with you, but we have so many things going on at Aceh right now. We have floods in Aceh with some of our women survivors. And in Myanmar, the situation is very, very difficult as we speak. I hope the committee can put up my slideshow that I have shared. Can you see it? Okay, thank you. So, as said, my name is Galu Wandita, and I am the Executive Director of Asia Justice and Rights. We've been working on women, peace, and security for more than 20 years now, pushing for truth-seeking, justice, survivor-led peace building in the contexts that I've mentioned. Today, I know I have to rush through it, but I want to share a little bit the story from Timor-Leste, where women have been working for more than 20 years for their voices to be heard, and that we must remember that even 25 years after Resolution 1325, the Women, Peace and Security agenda cannot be fulfilled if there is not justice for survivors of sexual violence and gender-based violence, that the repetition of these gender-based violence can happen if impunity is allowed to continue. Next slide. During Indonesia's occupation, thousands of women experience what Timor-Leste's Truth Commission, CAVR, found to be systematic and widespread sexual violence. It was a really important process where women survivors could speak out in 2002 to 2005. But now, 20 years later, women are still waiting for justice and recognition. Even a hybrid court established by the UN and the new Timorese government at the time could not deliver justice. There was only one case of rape convicted as crimes against humanity, but later all the perpetrators were pardoned. CAVR, the Truth Commission, listened to survivors and made key recommendations. But decades later, the survivors have been forgotten, aging and vulnerable. So I think this is not uncommon in many other places around the world. Next slide. So during this time when there was this vacuum, this official denial, even though there was recognition, but then there was denial afterwards, women-led organizations made space for victims and created a solidarity process. Ajar, my organization, was very much involved with supporting local groups. We founded a mechanism, a tool, participatory action research. You can look at our website. We have a manual called Stone and Flower, and it's a way to discuss transitional justice in a way that's not academic. It's very much about sharing the experiences, the hopes, the aspirations, and the suffering of women when they are forgotten, when their voices are not heard. Next slide. After more than 12 years of pushing, finally the Timorese government set up the Centro National Chega. It was an official body tasked to ensure that the findings and the recommendations of the Truth Commission would would be implemented. And within that, we also push for a reparations working group. So again, at the same time, there was the 1325 National Action Plan, but to be honest, unless there is push from and organizing at a local and grassroots level, then they're just empty words. And next slide. In the last 3 years, AJAR and ACBIT, one of the leading women's organizations in Timor-Leste working with survivors, we've been organizing a program that we call Bukae. And Bukae means, it's the basket that you see there. It's a basket that women take for a long journey in Timor-Leste. And if they meet each other, then they can share their food and drink. And this is kind of an interim reparations program that we've developed with support from Global Survivor Fund. So now, through this process, the women who spoke at the Truth Commission, who spoke at the court, are now gathered again. We found 455 survivors of sexual violence, including their children born of rape. So without this process, without the support, they would just remain hidden. Next slide. So now, after 2.5 years of work, they have set up Pirilampu. Pirilampu means fireflies in Thme, and it is the symbol of what the women said. During the darkness of the conflict, we were the small light showing the way. And so now Pirilampu is very much trying to advocate for recognition from the government. They're asking for the parliament and the president to provide a recognition letter and also for them to have reparations. So not only the interim reparations that we are supporting through the Bukai program, but something long-term from the government. They're saying that before I felt like a shadow, but now I feel visible. Next slide. So what are some of the lessons from the Bukai program that is relevant for our discussion here, particularly for my sisters who are at the Gyeonggi Province? I think, unless we push to co-create with survivors, then impunity will continue. And so it's not only participation, we're using the word co-creation. And we know that peace does not begin in the negotiation rooms. It also has to be lived in our neighborhoods, in our kitchens, in our community halls. And we have to do that long work together with survivors to listen to their stories, to localize their demands, and push for recognition. Next slide. And I think particularly because you are in a border town situation, I wanted to highlight our work looking for the stolen children of Timor-Leste. Thousands of children were taken by the Indonesian military during the occupation. And now, AJAR, we've set up a working group, 2 countries, Indonesia and Timor-Leste, and we have found more than 200 of these stolen children. Of course, they are now adults. They've been separated from their family for 30 and 50 years. This has been a really important piece of bringing the real live survivors and their demands to the forefront. Next slide. Another lesson is that we have to also ensure that economic empowerment is integrated into the work that we're doing in peace building. I think that part of our Bukai project is supporting some of them with cash grants so that they can continue their work, and particularly for the children born of rape who are now in their 30s and 40s, they can really make use of these kind of grants for improving their lives and becoming change makers, becoming real peace builders in their communities. And the last slide. Oh, yes. And of course, for us, we need to be working with local groups and finding resources for local groups. A lot of funding goes to UN Women, goes to GSF, goes to these big organizations, and it's really, really difficult when we are working at national and local levels. We get forgotten all the time. And the local groups are the ones who can connect with the young people and connect with survivors and change makers at the local level. Yeah, and I think my last slide, because I'm trying to stay within 7 minutes, is, yes, next slide. For some of the lessons is that peace begins with everyday life. So when a survivor is still discriminated, when their children cannot get a birth certificate because they were born of rape, they cannot get access to schools, then it is not peace for them. We need to make sure that we are inclusive, and some of those, one of the most important ways is to listen to the stories from many years ago, but is still relevant because the discrimination and stigma is still very strong. Participation cannot happen without that recognition, and I think for the border regions, because Timor-Leste is, you know, in West Timor is part of Indonesia, and Timor-Leste is its own young nation. The border regions needs really specific focus and specific ways that we can work with young people and with women in the border areas to make sure that peace can bloom. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kalluwandita. I'm sorry that I was not able to give you more time for your presentation. But it's very rare to hear the cases of East Timor, and I was able to learn some similarities that between the Gyeonggido Province and the East Timor. And I think that case had some implications for the women living in the camp town in Korea as well. So we'll have to listen to the older presentation. So we celebrate the 25th anniversary of the UN Security Council Resolution, the 1325. So we've listen to the cases of localization within Gyeonggido Province and the case of Japan, Cambodia, and the Timor-Leste. Well, we are way behind of our schedule, so you were supposed to have a 20-minute break, but we already have questions that were submitted from the audience. So how about we shorten the break a bit and give one question to each speaker. Then the response, you will have 30 seconds to 1 minute for the response. So first question to the Miss Lee Jung-ah. So in your presentation, you highlighted the role of administrative body and the Gyeonggido Provincial Council, and what role the Gyeonggido Provincial Office should play. Yes, Gyeonggido Provincial Office. Well, before making a proposal, I would like to highlight that the central government needs to play a role. Well, we have a national action plan, and part of a national action plan, we need to have an implementation plan for the Gyeonggido province. So far, that we have expertise that have been accumulated within the division of the division of the Gyeonggido Provincial Office. So how we can promote the collaboration, and as a platform, the Gyeonggido Provincial Council can also have a role to play. We can also engage the civic groups and the Gyeonggido provincial offices, the Women and the Gender Equality Bureau, and the women organization within the Gyeonggido province. So we have accumulated expertise and the cases and know-how that have been accumulated over the years. So once we engage all the entities, I'm sure that we can facilitate the process. Do we have any representative from the Peace and the Cooperation Bureau? I hope to see the representative from this organization going forward as well.
Ms. Lim, you talked about archive project, and the archive project might lead to the peace economy. So how can this lead to peace economy? Actually, before you answer the question, Mr. Yi is here, who is responsible for securing budget for this archive project, is here. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Lim, please share your thoughts. As I mentioned already, the camp town women and their human rights should be protected. And in order to maintaining the relations with the military services of U.S., we actually control these services provided by women in the past. And also we exploited these women in systematic ways in the past, but we are trying to shift our paradigm, and we need to value the care of each other. And also these women, they take care of themselves and they make solidarity among themselves. We have such an experience, and such experience and these value can be reflected in peace building process and peace economy in the future. That's the starting point of peace economy in Korean Peninsula. Thank you very much.
Next question to Professor Akibayashi Kosei. So the Okinawa's case is quite similar to the Camp Town case in Gyeonggido Province. So what will be the key thing that needs to be included in the Gyeonggido's local action plan?
Thank you very much for the question. The major difference, however, between Okinawa and the Camptown case currently is that Camptown now had some kind of closure, some kind. It's still ongoing, but some kind of closure. So history documentation process is different. We do I'm not Okinawan, but we do have a project of documenting the history of sexual violence by U.S. soldiers from 1945 to present, and it's increasing every year. The new cases, but we also have newly found cases like 30, 40, 50 years ago. So in that sense, the situation are different, and are different, and we also have not been able to localize 1325 in Okinawan case, although we did try 10 years ago when the Japanese government started this national action plan. We did bring Minister of Foreign Affairs to Okinawa to include U.S. military sexual violence case in the national action plan, which was plainly denied by the national government, and localization have not really been key issue to people of Okinawa and other local communities in Okinawa. So we do not really have anything to offer to Gyeonggido, but I think we can learn from from Gyeonggido's efforts than teaching.
네.
Thank you very
네.
much.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Well, I think we can facilitate solidarity between Gyeonggido Province and Okinawa.
I have a question to Chen Dieng. WPS, how it can be lead to the feminist diplomacy. Can you elaborate on that? In addition, in your presentation in 2024, you conducted a survey on WPS, how it was possible. Please elaborate on that. So out of these two questions, you can select one question, or you can also answer these for two questions too.
Is how WPS agenda can reach to the feminist diplomat, or like how we can build the feminist diplomat?
외교 정책의 관문이 된다고 하는
This is the starting point of feminist diplomacy. WPS is the starting point of feminist diplomacy. Please explain it in more detailed ways.
All right. So the world is moving just not only about women, peace and security, but also feminist foreign policy. And like Sweden, they had it and then they withdrawn it. Germany is having this and trying to find a way to withdraw it too, because the implementation is very hard. But more than just women, peace and security, we can see that feminist foreign policy is a more I just mentioned about what Monica said this morning, just inclusive and fair than the women, peace and security agenda. So that is why we are trying to push for not only women, peace and security agenda, but also feminist foreign policy. However, in the region like Southeast Asia, that 7 countries out of 11 countries member has no action plan on women, peace and security agenda yet. That is why I see, hopefully, that women, peace and security agenda is the opening door for the diplomat in all countries in Southeast Asia to consider about the feminist foreign policy. It's a very long way to go, but there is a hope. Like the research mentioned during the 2022 and 2023, mentioning that in order to achieve gender equality, we need at least $42 billion per year for all countries to make sure that gender equality can be achieved. Because our SDG gonna end 2030, in the next 5 years. So this is something that we have to be brave, talking more about this. It is not only about the agenda that we put, but how we can transform this into action plan, transform this into implementation by putting more money and resource. So even the Gyeonggi Province have these action plans, but how can you transform this from just written to be in real practice? And more than just only the agenda that we have right now, are we also talking about men and boy engagements? Those who are sitting at the very high level, talking about money, having resource. What can they do to make sure that the implementation of women, peace and security agenda can be implemented and then later transformed to be feminist foreign policy agenda? Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Men's engagement is also important. Thank you very much.
Next question to Galu Wandita. You're joining us online. So the border region holds memories, but it has a potential for changes. I think it can be applied to the archive project that we have within Gyeonggido Province. Memories can be translated into the concrete policies. What will be needed throughout the process?
Thank you. I think for sure we need resources to be shared with local groups, women's groups, youth groups, that are in the border towns. So for us, there's some key border towns on the Indonesia side, some key border towns on the Timor-Leste side. There are a lot of sites of conscience where atrocities took place in 1975 during the Indonesian invasion, and even in 1999 when the UN organized a referendum for Timor-Leste. There was a spike in violence against women, and many of the survivors are on those border areas. We have been working also with the refugee communities, the Timor-Leste refugees who are still living in Indonesia. Some of them chose to become Indonesian, not be part of Timor-Leste, but till today they feel that their rights as citizens are not fulfilled, and sometimes they feel stateless. So I think we need the two governments to be looking at this. It is definitely an area where there are security concerns. There's deep memories that need to be excavated, and we need to bring the young generation in this process. The young generation in the refugee communities on the Indonesia side are making songs and reaching out culturally. The Indonesian and Timorese government have done some what they call the border festival, and there's some special travel arrangements so people can cross that border, but there still needs to be a lot to be done. And part of the issue is a lot of the former militias, so the people who committed the crimes in Timor-Leste ran to West Timor in Indonesia, and that impunity is festering there, also impacting Indonesia. So very complex.
Thank you very much for the response. Well, the memory and the recovery was the theme for session 1. I believe all the presentation made in session 1 gave us the great insight. I would like to apologize that we ran over time, but I'm sure that you have lots of takeaways, and everything that has been discussed will be documented for you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was it for session 1, the memories and recovery and the women's human rights. And that was the main theme for session 1. I would like to thank the moderator as well as the speakers. We will have a short 10-minute break and resume session 2 at 10 after 5 p.m. Please be back here in 10 minutes.
Everyone, please be seated. The 2025 Gyeonggi International Women's Forum. The second session will start soon. The session has been delayed a little bit, so I hope that everyone can take your seat as soon as possible. So, did you enjoy the break? Now we will move on to the second session. And the second session is about solidarity and challenge. And we have speakers from home and abroad. On the stage, we have speakers or panelists. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. The session will be chaired by Director Kim Jong-soo from Women Making Peace. Ms. Kim, please. Hello, everyone. Still, we have many participants. Are you tired? Did you have coffee? Thank you. In our second session, we have speaker who actually delivered his video message. So including her, we have 5 distinguished speakers for joining us today. We are joined by Dr. Cho Young-ju, Director of Gender Impact Assessment Center at Korea Women's Development Institute. And next we have Ms. Lee Hae-jung, Director of Unification Economy Center at Hyundai Research Institute. Ms. Ju-hyun, Secretary General of Medical Aid for Children Foundation. And we have from the US, Ms. Anna Razava, Senior Policy Officer at Georgetown Institute for Women, Peace and Security. And from Kenya, Ms. Lilian Umbuti. She has sent us the video message because she was not able to participate online. In our second session, the interesting theme will be dealt with Gyeonggi Peace Economy Shaped by Women. We'll talk about this. So women's participation, how can this lead to peace economy? For this theme, we will listen to the 5 presentations. We are lacking time, so please keep the allotted time. Dr. Cho Young-ju, please start. And she will talk about gender mainstreaming system and policies. And actually, she is a researcher and project leader in gender mainstreaming systems and policies. She will talk about Gyeonggi Province peace economy and women, and she will examine how Gyeonggi peace economy strategies can be made from gender-responsive perspective. Ms. Jo, please. I am Jo Young-ju. Nice to meet you all. So today we are talking about peace economy and women, and we need to discuss a lot for peace economy, and also we have many tasks to be dealt with when it comes to peace economy. And when realizing peace economy, what should be considered, that will be dealt with in my presentation. So peace economy is like a concept that embodies the idea of virtuous cycle between peace and economic development. For peace, we need to strengthen economic cooperation that will lead to also peace in the region. It's like a virtuous cycle. One example is Kaesong Industrial Complex in Korean Peninsula. This is a symbol of collaboration between the two Koreas. To make this happen, we made efforts so that this industrial complex can be established. So in peace building process, the two inter-Korean relations and have been improved through the Kaesong Industrial Complex. And we need to think about the capital in the South Korea and also low-income workers in North Korean community. So because of that, we might be reinforcing deeply rooted patriarchal system in both societies. So we need to think about balanced development and equal relationship between the two Koreas when it comes to peace. So maybe if we have economic cooperation in the future between the two Koreas, it might lead to strengthened patriarchal system in the both societies. So we need to think about that. So we need to make an equal society. So that is well indicated in the peacemaking process and peace economy on the Korean Peninsula. So what is the concept of Gyeonggi Province peace economy? The Gyeonggido Province is focusing on humanomics, people-centered economic model that seeks to improve quality of life and well-being by offering more opportunities to everyone. In Gyeonggi, northern part has been lacking in terms of economic development. So in this region, we would like to strengthen the collaboration between the two Koreas, and it will actually lessen the tensions in this region. So what should be considered for Gyeonggi Province peace economy? We need to clear misunderstanding the terminology of mega development. In the past history, when we carry out mega development, some minority groups were marginalized and discriminated. But in the future, when it comes to mega development in northern Gyeonggido area, we need to focus on more humanomics and more human-centered approach. So we need to make a virtuous cycle between the economy and peace. So we need to dispel misunderstanding caused by the terminology of mega development. In addition, the vision of people-centered economy must align with the virtuous cycle connecting climate economy, care economy, and climate resilience. So when we understand peace, not just as a military concept, but as something that includes structured violence or extends to non-human life, the vision of peace economy in northern Gyeonggi Province becomes much clearer. So peace economy can only be realized when key agendas like opportunities, care, climate work together in a mutually reinforcing cycle. So care, climate resilience should be dealt together when it comes to peace economy. So what is a so I am actually lacking time, so I'm going to very fast. And we need to promote women's participation for peace economy. So in decision-making process, we need more participation from women, and also we need to create space that can record and reflect women's lived experiences. And also, we need to promote changes to socio-economic structure that cause women's marginalization and exclusion. And we need to also reflect a gender-responsive perspective. So, what is the strategy for peace economy? For the economic development, we need to nurture new industries in this region, and also we need to close the gender gap, and also we need to enhance women's representation and strengthen women's capacity. So when we create peace economy special zone in this area, Gyeonggido Province, we need to consider these three pillars: gender gap closing, women's representation, and women's capacity building. As I mentioned already, peace was a concept based on the militarization, but we need to also extend this concept so that we can think about human-centered approach for peace. So we need to provide more opportunities for women so that they can enhance their capacities. So we need to strengthen peace and economic capabilities of the two Koreas. We need to have more opportunities for solidarity of these women in these two regions. So peace economy vision for Gyeonggi shaped by women, that means that women in the two Koreas, they need to strengthen the capacities for peace and economy, and they need to actually go beyond growth-driven development. This is how we can create peace economy in the region. Thank you very much for your presentation. Gender-responsive perspective is really needed for peace economy, and also women's empowerment and how we can make a peace economy in the region has been highlighted in your presentation.
Second presentation will be delivered by Dr. Lee Hae-jung of Hyundai Research Institute. And the presentation will deal with the concept of the peace economy with the Inter-Korean Exchange and Cooperation. Dr. Lee, you have the floor. Thank you very much. I am Hae-jung Lee of the Hyundai Research Institute. The peace economy, the concept was well defined from a very macro perspective by the previous speaker. So I would like to focus more on the macro concept of the peace economy. As mentioned by Dr. Jo Young-ju, we need to create a virtuous cycle for the peace economy in a wider sense, and that is going to be ultimate the vision. And below, we need the 4 C's. So that's why my presentation title is 4C. First, we need economic cooperation that consider the potential demands from North Korea. Under the leadership of Kim Jong-un, the balanced national growth and the balanced national economic development is the North Korea's economic priority. So the modern, the factories, and the economic and the healthcare infrastructures were began to be built. And to address this, the gap between the cities and the rural areas. And in South Korea, we have this policy priority as well. And this policy is focused on the balanced growth into the South Korea as well. So that's why the first C is cooperation in inter-Korean economic relationship, linking the demands from North Korea and South Korea, focusing on the common areas that we have in the demand side to better connect. And the second C is connect. Of course, that we need to make a new connection to build and connect all the infrastructures that we have. The train was reconnected in the past, but it's disconnected again at the moment. So we need to make efforts to reconnect this infrastructure, the inter-Korean, to have stronger inter-Korean linkages. Third, we need more dialogue and compromise. North Korea is now not willing to engage in an amicable dialogue. So in order to promote the long-term peace on the Korean Peninsula, we need more dialogue and negotiations and inter-Korean agreements being declared so that we can have a sustainable dialogue between the two Koreas. So we need to also come up with the inter-Korean agreement. And the fourth C is consensus, developing broad public support for peace. Today in this amid the chilly weather that we have so many participants joining us for this forum. That indicates how important this topic is. So once we build a consensus, we will be able to develop a wider level of public support for the peace economy between the two Koreas. In order to achieve these 4 C's, we need many challenges. First, there are sanctions imposed upon North Korea. So we also need to consider this. And second, we also need to get approval from the international community. And third, that we need to also obtain the approval of North Korea, and we also need to consider the public sentiment within South Korea. So that's why we need the gradual approach. So looking back, that there are some areas that are free from the sanctions. First, in the agriculture and the environment and the public health sector that we can promote inter-Korean relations to promote the well-being and the life of the quality of life for the citizens in North Korea. So we can begin small with the small projects in this sector to promote inter-Korean relations. And by doing so, we can also empower women in North Korea. So gradually, we have to look for the sectors that are likely to get approval from the international community. And like I mentioned earlier, since the North Korean government is focusing on the regional balance and balance the regional growth, we can also find the potential collaborative opportunities that can help North Korea have a balanced regional growth. And gradually, once we have improved inter-Korean relations and the sanctions are going to be eased for some sectors, that we can also gradually move on to those sectors to expand the inter-Korean dialogues and collaboration. Due to the time constraints, I will not cover all the details. You can refer to this table in the booklet later. So in North Korea, there were reforms of the policies being made, and in response to climate change, there are potential environmental collaboration that we can make with North Korea. Since Gyeonggido Province is in the borderline with North Korea, we have a critical role to play. And I think it's very befitting that we're having the forum like this today. And I'm sure that the forum can make a contribution to the future progress so that the more of dialogues and the future conferences can be held between South and North Korea. The Ministry of Unification is going to announce a new free zone, and the Gyeonggido Province is very much interested in the free zone that are going to be announced by the Ministry of Unification. In North Korea, the government is also trying to support entrepreneurship of women entrepreneurs. These could also be potential areas for cooperation. And we can also have a discussions on how we can empower women in North Korea. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, the inter-Korean relations have been restrained, and there is a more hostility and the tensions between the two Koreas. So how we can create a virtuous cycle of the peace economy. I hope that is not just merely a dream. I hope that can be realized soon so that the women can engage more actively throughout this process.
Next presentation is titled "A Proposal for Peace Economy in Health and Medical Sector." This person, Ms. Ju-hyun, will deliver the presentation. She is the Secretary General of Medical Aid for Children's Foundation. She has long been engaged on the ground in inter-Korean health and medical cooperation. Dr. Please. My name is Ju-hyun, as I was introduced. Yes, after the inauguration of Lee Jae-myung government, there are voices that is insisting that we need to continue the relations, economic cooperation between the two Koreas. I hope that we can utilize this momentum. But as you are well aware, the two Koreas' relations have been strained. As you know, in 2022, Kim Jong-un, the leader of North Korea, actually he redefined inter-Korean relations as two hostile states. And also, North Korea criticized Lee Jae-myung administration, declaring that it has no intention to cooperate with South Korea. And Lee Jae-myung administration halted loudspeaker broadcasts and leaflet launches toward North Korea, and it is stressing the need to resume inter-Korean exchanges and cooperation. But we have some concerns about these inter-Korean relations because we have still UN sanctions on North Korea, and we cannot transfer money to North Korean parties and organizations. And also, the funds that's going to be delivered to North Korea should be transparent and should be disclosed. So when it comes to the overview of inter-Korean health and medical cooperation, actually in 1995, North Korea formally requested humanitarian assistance from the UN, and in 2000, actually, Inter-Korean Summit shifted cooperation toward development-oriented projects, and also there are some concerns from North Korean side because they really don't want to disclose the information in relation to cooperation projects. In addition, by receiving the humanitarian aid, there were some issues about the transparency and also corruptions of the public officials in North Korea. And also prolonged humanitarian assistance has led to donor fatigue, resulting in sharp decline in the international aid. And North Korea has experienced suspension of aid program by the international organization due to UN sanctions. And in 2021, the North Korea's GDP per capita was approximately 1,300 US dollars compared to South Korea's $33,000. And actually, the humanitarian aid helped improve health indicators related to the diseases and malnutrition. However, there were some limitations of the humanitarian aid. Although external assistance increased, the demand for transparency also grew. It created pressure to disclose information that North Korea prefers not to reveal. And also from 2020, COVID-19 pandemic started. So North Korea actually closed the border, and all humanitarian aid has been suspended since COVID-19 outbreak. After that, North Korea reorganized the healthcare system, and from 2020, North Korea renamed their hospitals. And like hygiene, quarantine stations reorganized into centers for disease prevention and control. And also, North Korea constructed standard pharmacies in the region. And in 2025, North Korea has declared this year as the first year of health revolution. And it really indicates the initiative to overhaul and modernize its healthcare system. And they established medical infrastructure, and they are trying to build more hospitals, general hospitals. It is well aligned with their economic development process and initiative. So North Korea is prioritizing health initiative in their country. So in order to develop economy, the North Korea believes that health system needs to be modernized. But still, they are suffering lack of resources, and they are trying to make their initiative possible. So actually we need to build some collaboration of these two Koreas. And also the health sector is has universal value that transcends political and military tensions, so it can serve as bridge connecting peace and economic development. Actually, we can establish Gyeonggi Peace ODA hub, vaccine facilities, or we can build some facilities to produce fortified rice in Gyeonggido area. Essential vaccines are very important, but it's not making much profit. So North Korea has been unable to access vaccines for diseases such as polio and measles, and UNICEF is providing some vaccines, but still they were suffering lack of these vaccines. So their vaccine ratio is like 0 in terms of polio and measles. It shows the dire situation in North Korea. And in terms of fortified rice, this rice is rice enriched with essential nutrients, and WHO recently revised its guideline to require fortified rice as part of deficiency support program, and Korean Ministry of Agriculture has also showing some interest in this project, and Gyeonggi Province has capacity to operate this project because we have our experience, and also we have workforces here in Gyeonggido region, so we can actually establish facilities to produce fortified rice in this region. So by doing so, Gyeonggido Province serve as ODA hub because we can deliver this fortified rice to developing countries, including the North Korea. So these vaccine programs and fortified rice programs, how this project is related to women? I am trying to find the answer for that question. Actually, the project requires women's participation, but we need to make more research so that how this project is relevant for women in Gyeonggido region. Thank you very much. So Gyeonggi will become the ODA, Peace ODA hub in the region. So it will contribute to the Korean Peninsula's peace, but also it can contribute to peace and security to developing countries. And you provided humanitarian perspective, and also you provided very good insights to us how women can participate in this project, and also gender responsive perspective should be considered in making this project possible. And we would like to listen to your opinions from the floor if we have opportunity.
And Ms. Anna Razava, the Senior Research Fellow at the Georgetown Institute for Women, Peace and Security, will be making a presentation on how we can lead, and she has been leading the various projects that link gender equality and the women's empowerment to recovery and development in the conflict-affected regions. Anna Razava, now you have the mic.
Well, thank you so much. I'm very grateful for inviting me to speak at this panel, and to Gyeonggi Family Foundation for hosting us so generously. I learned so much about inter-Korean relations just at this panel, and I'm hoping to just provide some
data and research on a global level that could support your work. As mentioned, I represent Georgetown Institute for Women, Peace and Security. Our institute was founded 11 years ago by former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton and Ambassador Milan Verveer, who was the first U.S. ambassador at large for global women's issues. Unfortunately, the office at the moment closed down by the current administration, but the work continues, and our institute continues work to advance women, peace and security agenda globally. Many speakers highlighted the importance of women, peace and security agenda with all its pillars, but I will focus on the fourth pillar, the recovery pillar. I really think this is particularly important in advancing the peace economy. And I really think that UNSCR 1889, which is one of the subsequent resolutions following the 1325, is important, one of the most important resolutions in this regard to implement. And also national action plans, now 113 countries including Korea has to consider this specific resolution even more closely and include this into the national action plans. As I mentioned, there are 113 countries that have NAPs, and yet, as Dr. Monica McWilliams mentioned, the implementation is lacking. This is because a lot of countries consider national action plans as symbolic documents to demonstrate their commitment to implementing WPS. But there's not a lot of implementation work that's going on. And what would be the solution? One of the solutions is to make sure that there are more decision makers that are women, and women who understand the importance of recovery and importance of meaningful recovery and peace economy. I wanted to draw attention to these numbers that are on the screen. At the moment, we have 32 out of 197 countries that have women heads of government or states. 26%, only 26% of women are parliamentarians globally. And I wonder if you can guess what is the 0 versus 9. That's the 0 female leaders have been the Secretary Generals of the United Nations. I hope that that will change in the coming year. As you all know, in 2026, we have election of the next Secretary General. And I really hope that we will have women elected into that position. Why is this important? Because I do believe that when women are in the power, and the women that understand the importance of inclusive recovery, we really not only advance gender equality, but deliver more successful economic development for everyone. And this is the reason why our institute measures the well-being of women every 3 years by using our WPS index. The index measures women, peace and security under 3 pillars: inclusion, justice and security. And all the indicators and current research show that women's economic recovery and sustainable peace is important, and it's linked. Our data reaffirms again this year that societies with higher women's status are more peaceful, prosperous, and resilient, including in the faces of economic shocks and climate change. The index results this year strongly correlate with other important outcomes, such as national income and fragility and economic development. Also, WPS index trends this year show stalling progress on women's status and even reversals of gains. Last year, in 2024, 676 million women globally lived in proximity to conflict, within 50 kilometers of armed conflict. This is a staggering numbers. It's a 70% rise since 2010. Of the 180 countries that are ranked on the index in 2025 and 2026, Denmark continues to lead the rankings, and Afghanistan again performs the worst. South Korea, which previously ranked in the first quintile, has fallen to the second quintile, ranking 37th. And I can talk about this more during the Q&A, but I wanted to make sure that you had this information. Despite Korea's regression on the index, the region at large, East Asia and Pacific, has actually shown some improvement. And don't worry about your performance, because we, the United States, is also not far ahead. We are ranking number 31st. Ireland here is doing really well, actually. Ambassador of Ireland, congratulations, you're ranked number 11th. But why is this important? Because measuring progress is the way we track implementation of WPS, and also how we are doing, how civil society is performing, how governments are performing. So these are the global trends, but I think it's not responding for some reason, but it's okay. I'll continue. So our research also shows that women's economic participation reduces risk of conflict relapse by 30%. Gender equality is also a stronger predictor of peacefulness than GDP or regime type. This is a really important statistic because yesterday we had a conversation with ambassadors saying how AI could be a predictor of conflict and also a preventer of conflict. But you don't, maybe AI could be used, but what you really need is to talk with women. Talk to women on the ground, and they will tell you when conflict is more likely to escalate. This happened in Sudan when we were talking to women leaders in Sudan. In Myanmar, they were already tracking that something was going to happen. The conflict was going to escalate, and it actually did. So this is a very important statistic, or not statistic, but a fact. Gender equality is a stronger predictor of peacefulness in the country than GDP or a regime type. I want to draw your attention to, here, I'll go here. I wanted to draw your attention to some of the recommendations because I'm out of the time. Several policy measures that governments and international organizations can take to strengthen peace economy. What's really important is women's inclusion in early decision making when it comes to recovery. What's also really important is to have women's leadership aid planning and management. At the moment, less than 1% of global aid goes to women's rights organizations, and even when it goes to the women's rights organizations, they're mostly implementers, not the designers of the program. So what we have been hearing from the grassroots leaders is that they want to be involved in creating and designing the development projects on the ground, not just implementing it. Also, identifying women's specific needs in the recovery and economic policies are extremely important. We're seeing this in Ukraine right now, where the recovery has started even during the war. While some people want to rebuild roads or military facilities, women are asking to rebuild schools, education facilities, healthcare facilities, because this is something that will empower the refugees to come back to the country and will increase the societal resilience. So that is really important. Also, our recent Peace Builder survey shows that one thing that all the women Peace Builders are sharing as a common challenge is the issue of livelihoods. Their economic empowerment is so important because most of the peacebuilding work is on voluntary basis, and they need support for that. They need cash grants or other types of financial support to make their peacebuilding work actually able to sustain their livelihoods. And in closing, and we can talk more, discuss during the Q&A, I want to just quote our ambassador, Mulan Revere, who says, women's inclusion into the recovery and economic development is not only right, morally right thing to do, but it's also the smart thing to do. And one really stark statistic is that if we were to empower women and empower them to participate in economies of the world, GDP, global GDP would be up 28 trillion US dollars. That's a 26% rise from current global GDP. So I'll end here and looking forward to the discussion and the Q&A. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Well, you sped up and you spoke really fast. Thank you very much for saving some time. I hope that we can hear more from you in the Q&A session. So gender equality and the women's empowerment, how that can improve the resilience in the conflict-ridden areas. And the WPS index was also introduced. And Korea was failed one quantile below. So regarding that, I would like to hear more from in the Q&A session.
Next, we will hear the presentation from researcher Lilian Mbuti. She's from Kenya. She's a feminist researcher and activist who works across a wide range of issues from peace and gender equality to digital safety. She sent us a video clip. So let's share the video clip.
Hello, my name is Lilenjeri Mbuthi, all the way from Nairobi, Kenya, Eastern Africa. And today, I am happy to be here at the Gyeonggi Women's International Forum, joining virtually and being able to share a presentation that is valuable and impactful on women, power, and peace, a global disruptor approach. I'm also a feminist researcher, a storyteller, and also a gender justice organizer. And today, I'd like us to do a very short icebreaker on who holds power in your community. So we're going to close our eyes for 10 seconds and also picture your community's decision makers. Take a pause. Now ask yourself, how many are women and how many are youth? This reminds us that representation is not a token or a box to tick. Representation isn't decorative, it's foundational to peace and power. Now, when we are talking about why women's economic security is a pillar of peace, we are looking at it from women's economic empowerment and also how economy, power, fuels community stability and resilience. Research has shown us how many African young women, over 1,100 of them, reveal how inequality destabilizes peace. Economic justice is a foundational peace-building strategy that we cannot overlook. The problem, when we are talking about gendered economic inequalities and digital exclusion, we are talking about women facing systemic barriers to economic resources and opportunities. Digital exclusion isolates women from innovation, markets, networks, and partnerships. Harassment online prevents women's full civic and meaningful peace engagement. And that reminds me, actually, we are championing 16 days of activism currently. And the theme this year is on technology-facilitated gender-based violence. So you can imagine how many women are constantly facing cyberbullying, trolling, stalking, and the likes on social media and beyond that. Now, leadership in action. When you're talking about the Sister to Sister Fellowship that I was a part of and being an alumni of the 2025 cohort, and I also got to learn the amazing work that the 2024 cohort did, and that is around programming that trains young feminist leaders from conflict-affected regions, fellows engaging in global mentorship, advocacy, and peace-building forums. The 2024 and 2025 cohort launched community-based economic justice projects across Africa, across other continents that we are proud to be a part of and continuing with the movement and the conversation and the advocacy around women, power, and peace, and also political engagement. Now, case studies cuts across Eastern Africa, Southern Africa, Western Africa, and so on. But today, I will be sharing with you three around in Kenya on digital hubs that were launched by youth-led initiatives from the 2024 cohort. And also in Uganda, we are seeing safe digital spaces and economic collectives empowering young women. South Africa were not left behind. Feminist peace dialogues led by tech-savvy youth networks. From evidence to practice, or rather action, and three pillars that actually bring us together on gender-responsive peace, on gender-transformative approaches towards peace, and conflict resolution. We are looking at it from a point of inclusive governance, where women and young people must be embedded in power structures, economic agency, investing in locally rooted feminist innovation and leadership, and last but not least, digital rights and inclusion, which will ensure secure access to online spaces and economic platforms. Some of the recommendations that we came up, that the Gyeonggi Province and even women leaders from this forum and beyond, and also including global actors, that they could actually leverage on. We have localizing feminist economic hubs for community-led innovation, supporting indigenous groups and young women's digital leadership, and last but not least, which is very, very important, building regional global networks linking peace and digital inclusion. My call to action is very simple: transforming power through feminist economics. Feminist economics will transform exclusion into inclusion. Youth-led peace building must be resourced, respected, and replicated. Together, we can scale feminist models for global peace and justice and women economic empowerment. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. Thank
you very much. She delivered video message. We were able to see the examples from African countries. We were able to see gender-based approach for regional peace economy. We were able to learn a lot from Kenya's cases. Thank you very much for sharing your video message. Now we will have a Q&A session. So we actually collected our questions until 6:20. 6:20 we can continue. So I would like to ask questions in the order of the presentation. And if we have enough time, we will go for the second round of the question. Ms. Jo, first, I have a question to you. Peace economy, it has to go beyond militarization concept and coexistence and secure life. Actually, that should be included in peace economy. But in order to realize peace economy, in order to reflect peace economy concept into our project, which is pursuing for peace economic zone and hub region in Gyeonggido Province, how that can be realized. So due to the time constraints, I was not able to deliver the concrete messages anyway. The peace economy, the concept is very important. In order to build peace, militarization and weapons are being emphasized in the region, and peace economy means that virtuous cycle between the peace and economy. I would like to highlight the importance of the virtuous cycle between the economy and peace. And also, as I mentioned already, Gyeonggido Province is near the border area between two Koreas. So how we can make this region more peaceful? That should be reflected in making peace in the region. And economic special zone and peace special zone in Gyeonggido Province, when we are creating this zone, we need to realize peace economy in the region, and in addition, we need to include marginalized people, and we need to also focus on recovery of our past history, and also we need to share new value among residents who are living in this region. In this regard, as Ms. mentioned, the Gyeonggido can serve as a peace hub in the region. As she explained, the industrial complex can be inside in the region, but also the value of coexistence and care should be recovered in this region, so that we can transform this region into a more peace-oriented region, which is taking care of each other, and we can create new value from the region. So rather than focusing on industry, we need to have more human-centered approach to make peace economy possible in the region. Thank you.
Now to Dr. Lee Hae-jung. I have a question that is somewhat closely related with the question that was asked to Dr. Cho. We had an experience of a Kaesong industrial complex. So in this peace economic zone, the women entrepreneurs can be engaged in order to invite the female entrepreneurs to this new industrial complex and the peace economic zone. What can we do? Thank you very much for the good question. I went to Singapore to visit the site to see the support that is being made to the female entrepreneurs. So by looking at this case in Singapore, that we can also have something like this. The incubator can be built within this peace economic zone. And I think the women needs to be represented in the governance structure for this peace economic zone. The women's representation must be guaranteed in the governance structure and, like mentioned by Dr. Cho, within the Kaesong Industrial Complex. The tech training center and the child care centers or rent. So job creation and the caring infrastructure must be provided to invite more women's participation. We can also transfer not just the technology, but also the culture of having the women's engagement and the women's empowerment to North Korea. At the moment, we cannot have a direct inter-Korean cooperation, but we can start small by doing what we can do within the peace economic zone. So we can have this incubation system facilitated within the zone, or we can invite the more female entrepreneurs to this region, or we can also share the experiences that we have in South Korea with North Korea. So these programs can be carried out within this free economic zone. I think that is the practical steps that we can take at this moment. Thank you very much.
Now, Ms. I have a question to you. In medical and health sector, this is befitting sector to create peace economy in the region. The vaccination program and also fortified rice program, you mentioned these two projects that can be realized in the region. The humanitarian aid and also ODA aid, what are the difference from these ODA projects and existing ODA projects? So if we conduct these programs, what do you think that North Korea will show? What response do you expect from North Korea? In 2002, I started a cooperation project in humanitarian aid projects. and development projects, these terminologies have been a little bit contaminated while we are doing our programs, conducting our programs. Every time we have new government administration, we had new policy directions toward North Korea, and we had different projects for each government. For example, for Lee Myung-bak administration, we were taking the balance between the humanitarian aid and development aid. So rather than using some terminologies which is limited to development aid or humanitarian aid, we need to create a momentum so that we can create more values to the two Koreas. So rather than charity concept-based development aid, rather than this, we can co-create values together in order to create peace in the Korean Peninsula. We can have a project which has new added value. That was my suggestion. Thank you very much.
Now to Anna Rezava. So you covered a lot in your short presentation. So WPS index, and the WPS index, the Korea was ranked at 37th. You see, the Koreans are very sensitive to our own ranking. So I don't think it's a question that I have only, but the Korea's ranking was ranking fell as well. So what does it mean? And why do you think that Korea's ranking has been downgraded? And what can we do to move up in these rankings?
Thank you so much. No, I totally understand, and I'm sorry to be sharing this sad news, but you can improve. So that's a good news that you can go. And 37th is really not a bad ranking. It's still pretty high up there, with the U.S. being on the 31st. So actually, let me start with the positive news to cheer you up a bit. We are measuring 13 indicators for the index, and there's several indicators where Korea is actually performing better. For example, women's mean years of schooling has improved. Also, women's employment percentages have improved from 65.2 from 2023. Now we have 67.8. So that's really significant. Also, women's financial inclusion, meaning access to finance, credit, etc., that has also increased. But the issue is that two other indicators have decreased significantly, so it's impacting your overall score. And those indicators that have decreased are access to justice. So let's say if a woman is experiencing gender-based violence, it's less likely since 2023 for that woman to seek justice. And we are right now doing a little bit more qualitative analysis to understand why that's happening. So actually, I really much welcome collaboration with all of you, some of the women's rights organizations. We would love to work with you to understand why are these numbers showing that. Also, interestingly, son bias has increased. So since 2023, male to female birth ratio has increased, so more families are giving birth to male than female. That is also indicative of something, but we're still analyzing what that is. And then I think one of the most important indicator that's impacting your school is women's perception of community safety. And that is actually not unique just to Korea. That's happening in the developed. So Korea belongs to the developed nations group in our index, and across entire group, the level of community safety has actually decreased. So that's something that we have to also work on and figure out. And I'm not sure if this is a collaboration with the maybe Korean police or different ministries to provide that perception of safety, but those are the indicators at the moment. And also, I just want to mention that Korea is the only country in history that has transformed from a major recipient of foreign aid into a major donor country and a developed country. So you have a lot to be proud of, and actually countries that are experiencing conflict right now, like Myanmar and Ukraine, have lots to learn from you. But I would suggest when you're saying like how to improve, I would really recommend, I recently read your national action plan, and as I see, the implementing partners are only the government agencies. So I would encourage the Korean government to see if they could come up with some type of program where all of you, the civil society organizations and women's organizations, are co-implementers of some of those strategies and indicators, even if it's in an informal way. For example, in Ukraine, we see that the government has established a gender-inclusive national action plan development, almost consulting group that includes the civil society. I learned that you also had some type of advisory that civil society advised government on the development national action plan, but I think when it comes to implementation, it has to be more institutionalized and formalized. So I'll stop there.
Thank you very much for the response. Since we have more time left for the Q&A, let's continue.
So, to Ms. Jo, I have a question to you. So, peace economy special zone. We can develop new industry in the region, and gender gap should be narrowed down. We need to deal with gender gap issue. This is very important. So, in creating special zone for peace in the region, gender-responsive perspective should be considered, and what policies can we take in order to include gender-responsive perspective? It's a very difficult question for me. So, it's not easy to deal with this issue. It's also related to education. So gender gap in new industry, actually that gap comes from the gap in education sector. So we need to narrow the educational gap in the region. We have a lot of universities and colleges in Gyeonggi region, and also we have women workforces in the region, and how we can make these women participate in this process. That should be considered when we are making peace economy in the region. Thank you very much. So we have a lot of tasks and to deal with, and we have Women Bureau and Women Peace Bureau. We have a lot of homework for these bureau in Gyeonggido Province. Our organizer sent me a message that we need to wrap up the session here. So we would like to wrap up the session here. So rather than having a clear solution, we shared our interests and we shared our tasks and we shared our insight and we shared our challenges today. And today we have many women leaders who are here with us until the very end of this program. You are the true leaders of the region, and you are the change makers in peace building process in the Korean Peninsula. And I hope that we can gather our wisdom and strength together. And well, it's based on our outcome of this forum. This will end today's second session. I would like to once again extend my thanks to our panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, we had very successful 2 sessions. Please go back to your seat.
Thank you. 고맙습니다. 네, 깊이 있는 시간 함께 하셨습니다. 전장님
So we have learned a lot from the presentations and the discussions made throughout the sessions. And solidarities and the challenges were the two keywords that encapsulate session 2. So what we're discussing today are not merely a slogan. I believe that those can be made into the concrete and the practical steps that will be taken in the future. So that we have many renowned speakers sharing the actual cases of what's going on the ground. So we were able to learn a lot from the insights shared throughout the session. Once again, I would like to thank all the speakers. I hope that you can also learn a lot from the two sessions. So we have now reached the final part of today's forum. As we conclude, we will reflect once more on the key theme of today's forum. So now, may I invite the two session moderators to please return to the stage. So Ms. An Tae-yoon, the Senior Advisor at the Sustainable Management Foundation, and Ms. Kim Jong-soo, the Director of the Women Making Peace. Please come to the stage. So the forum today presents policy directions and proposals that harness the unique strength of Gyeonggi Province. And now, the two moderators will present the declaration of recommendations. So through the 2025 Gyeonggi Women's International Forum, the Women of Gyeonggi Province presents its agenda of women's rights and peace. First, we shall establish a regional governance framework for women and peace, and we shall formulate a Gyeonggi-style local action plan that reflects the agenda of UN Security Council Resolution 1325. A support ordinance on women, peace, and cooperation shall be enacted. And second, we shall work together toward restoring the rights of women affected by conflict. Legal and institutional support for women affected by conflict, such as those former camp town, shall be strengthened. And through the 2025 Gyeonggi Women's International Forum, the Women of Gyeonggi Province presents the agenda of the Gyeonggi Peace Economy. First, we shall establish a gender-sensitive peace economy. We shall aim to envision a peace economy that forms a virtuous cycle with the Gyeonggi Province's opportunity economy, care economy, and climate economy. And we shall incorporate a gender perspective into peace economic strategies. Second, we shall build a peace economy that guarantees women's participation. Women's engagement must be institutionalized in peace cooperation policies, and in particular, women's capacity shall be strengthened in inter-Korean exchange and cooperation initiative. Please give the two moderators a big round of applause. Key words were encapsulated in the policy proposals. I think that was quite meaningful to share what was discussed today. So now, I would also like to invite all the speakers today to the stage. So the keynote speakers and the speakers from home and abroad who made a presentation today, please come up to the stage. I hope what we have discussed today will make a contribution to building a greater virtuous cycle for achieving human rights, peace, and a peace economy. Starting from 2 p.m., that is speakers and the moderators shared their great insight with us. So human rights, peace, and the peace economy were proposed by the women of Gyeonggi Province today. So we have all the speakers on the stage now. The wisdom that you shared today, I believe, will be remembered for very long with all the participants here today. These were the women leaders who have been making great contributions. Show a big smile. How about making a finger heart? And how about we clap together for the photo? Okay, so that's it for the photo op. So we hope that insights and the recommendations shared today will expand opportunities for women, not only in Gyeonggido Province, but across many regions. So that is it for today. I would like to thank all the participants for your attention and active participation. I hope you have a safe trip back home. Thank you very much.